of the Republic of the Philippines.
The 37th session of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The chamber will be led in prayer by our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Ama na mahabagin at makapangyarihan sa lahat, una sa lahat, nais naming ilapit ang taus-puso naming pasasalamat sa buhay, lakas at mga biyaya na patuloy mong iginagawad sa aming inyong mga anak. Sa iyo naming binabalik ang lahat ng kapurihan. Sa pagsimula ng linggong ito, aming sinusuko sa inyo ang patuloy na paggabay sa bawat isa sa amin. Igawad nawa ang linaw ng pag-iisip, ang karunungan at ang busilak na puso para aming matugunan ang aming tungkulin alang-alan din sa kapurihan ng inyong napakadakilang pangalan. Kalingain mo po ang bawat isa sa amin, balutan ng inyong pagmamahal at pag-aaruga, at pinapangako naming na ibabalik at patuloy namin pupurihin ang inyong napakadakilang pangalan. Sa inyo namin sinusuko ang aming buhay at sa iyo namin tinitiwala ang lahat. Hinihiling namin ang lahat at pinapagpasalamat alang-alang sa aming mananakop na si Kristo Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Silanganan, alam na puso, sa satin mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tulad ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka masisiil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bugha, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watang at mo'y tagumpay na nagdinilig, ang bituin ng araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na luwalhating pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Ang ligaya dapat may mga ating ang mamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 36th session, Wednesday, December 7, 2022, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, may I be allowed to recognize and acknowledge our guests from the gallery. We have with us here today figure skater Sophia Frank and her family. She won the gold medal at the 2022 Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy held in Jakarta, Indonesia. We welcome them today, Your Honors.
And congratulations to her historic win.
Mr. President, we also have with us the Philippine Practical Shooting Association, led by Dojo Palines and Edwin Lim, guest of Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Welcome to your Senate, gentlemen.
Also with us is the guest of Senator Robin Hood Padilla mula sa tribong Teduray na nagmula sa Kusyong, Timanan, South Upi, Nuro Upi, Maguindanao, Rogelio Egas, Alim Bandara, Roy Bangaban, Leticio Datuwata, Santos Unsad. At mula naman po sa National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, Central Mindanao Commissioner Boy Limpayan Jennifer Las, Bureau Director of Office of Empowerment and Human Resources Ray Dingal, and Mindanao Indigenous Peoples Youth Organization spokesperson by Ana Jessa May Crisostomo.
Yes, sa ako mga silingan, sa mga kapitbahay po namin sa Mindanao, mayong hapon kaninyong tanan, and of course, welcome to your Senate.
Of course, Mr. President, we also would like to welcome our basketball idol who is also here with us. And I know we are all excited to vote for third reading later on. We have with us Justin Brownlee, Mr. President, who is here at the gallery.
Oh, there he is.
Our good friend, basketball icon, Justin
Yes.
Brownlee.
Welcome to your future Senate, as you'll be a member of, a citizen of this republic.
Mr. President, our world champion from the great University of Santo Tomas, Jetro Dionisio, is also here, Mr. President.
Ah,
I'd like to
yes.
welcome him.
I almost
you.
didn't recognize him. He has white hair now. Yes, idol ko yan. I was in college when he was champion already. It was,
Ganun talaga mga taga-UST, Mr. President. Mr.
Magagaling.
President, Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
yes, there being no objection to the motion, Secretary, please proceed.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 1605, converting and expanding the Leyte Industrial Development Estate into the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone, creating for this purpose the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone Authority, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Marcos.
Minister of Economic Affairs, Environment, Natural Resources, Waste and Means and Finance.
Resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution number 352, congratulating and commending Daniel Claudine Colleen Ortega Garcia for winning the Best Actress Award at the 2022 El Grito International Film Festival. Senator Lapid.
To the Committee on Rules,
353, congratulating and commending the Philippine athletics team for their successful campaign at the 2022 Thailand Open Track and Field Championships. Senator Lapid.
to the Committee on Rules,
Committee Report 17, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Basic Education, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate number 1604 with Senators Gatchalian and Angara as authors. An act establishing an academic recovery and accessible learning program, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate number 150. Sponsor Senator Gatchalian.
to the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader. Majority Leader, I'd like to also put on record, and I think Senator Bato de la Rosa will agree with me on this. I believe the Senate should also sponsor a resolution, adopt a resolution honoring all the Filipino teams that won in the World Shoot in Thailand. I was amazed
It's
how they
already
did.
filed, Your Honor, yes.
It's already filed?
It's already been filed, yes.
Okay.
Thank
I missed that I read that. So let's continue, proceed.
Yes, Mr. President, dear colleagues, we are now on the consideration, Mr. President, on third reading. And so with the approval of the body, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6224. Copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on December 6, 2022, in compliance with the 3-day rule under our Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, motion is approved. We'll now ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act granting Philippine citizenship to Justin Donta Brownlee. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara. Senator Binay. Senator Cayetano Alan. Senator Cayetano Pia. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Ejercito. Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo,
Grace, yes, sir.
Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. Sa cheese wala? Nandito si cheese kanina. Nandyan. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstentions, House Bill number 6224, granting Filipino citizenship to Justin Donta Brownlee, is hereby approved on third and final reading. Congratulations.
Mr. President, we congratulate our dear idol, and this has been everyone's dream, Filipino basketball fans' dream, to see Justin Brownlee to wear our Philippine jersey. May I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
I believe Senator Tolentino would like to say a word.
Yes, Mr. President. May I move that Senator Tolentino, the
Recognized.
principal sponsor, be recognized, Mr. President?
Senator Tolentino from the great province of Cavite is recognized.
Mr. President, just some words for the third reading. Mr. President, our dear colleagues in the Senate, a pleasant afternoon. On 10 December 2022, Morocco became the first African Arab team to advance to the semifinals of a World Cup. They're playing right now in Doha, Qatar. 14 out of the 26 players in Morocco's lineup were foreign-born players. This goes to show that foreign-born players can help lift the national team to attain success. Having said that, allow me to express my gratitude to all of you in ensuring the swift passage of Committee Report number 13, recommending the approval of Senate Bill 6224, introduced by Representative Michael Romero, entitled An Act Granting Philippine Citizenship to Justin Donta Brownlee, taking into consideration Senate Bill 1336, introduced by Senators Ronald Bato de la Rosa and Christopher Bongo, Senate Bill number 1516, introduced by Senator Sani Angara, and Senate Bill 1519, introduced by Senator Joel Villanueva. Pursuant to the Congress legislative authority under our Constitution, we can grant Filipino citizenship to certain foreign nationals for their significant contribution or notable service to the country. This measure will grant Philippine citizenship to one exceptional person, Mr. Justin Donta Brownlee, who has certainly exemplified and enshrined the Filipino values of hard work, perseverance, determination, and dedication to his craft. Mr. President, Mr. Brownlee is currently in the middle of a training for the PBA Commissioners' Cup semifinals and only went here to attend the third reading of this measure. Mr. President, this shows how significant this day is to him. This day, this body approved the measure to grant him Filipino citizenship. To state that Mr. Brownlee is an outstanding basketball player is an understatement. He will surely reinforce the Gilas team in the FIBA World Cup qualifiers next year. As attested by his coaches and colleagues, he has continuously been attending Gilas practices since September, despite knowing that he might not be able to play in the FIBA World Cup come 2023. I would like to thank Congressman Michael Romero again for House Bill 6224, as well as again Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa and Senator Bongo for Senate Bill 1336, Senator Sani Angara for filing Senate Bill 1516, our Majority Leader Senator Joel Villanueva for filing Senate Bill 1519. With all their assistance and guidance, we were able to pass this measure on third reading before our break. Thank you also to our Senate President, Senators Risa Ontiveros, Nancy Binay, Cynthia Villar, Mark Villar, and Bong Revilla for co-sponsoring this measure. And I think also Senator Jingo Estrada if I'm not mistaken, is one of the co-sponsor. He only interpolated the measure, Mr. President. I am excited to see what the future holds for Mr. Brownlee as a citizen of this country. He will also be a reserve officer in the Philippine Army, Mr. President. I am certain that he will be a great addition to this great republic. Malugod ko pong binabati si Ginoong Justin Brownlee sa panibagong yugto ng kanyang buhay bilang isang ganap na Pilipino. Naway iyong isabuhay ang pagka-Pilipino sa isip, sa salita at sa gawa. Mabuhay ka, Justin. Thank you, Mr. President. And may I have the honor as the chairman of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights to give him the first Filipino flag that he will be unfurling and be part of his living room for the rest of his life. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. But before we suspend session so that we can approach Mr. Brownlee,
Mr. President, there are three more who would like to explain
Okay.
their votes, Mr. President.
let's proceed.
May I move, Mr. President, that we recognize Senator Bongo to explain his votes, Mr. President. So move.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Mr. President, I just want to thank the sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, at sa lahat po ng author, mga kasamahan natin dito, Senator Angara, Senator Majo, mga first five, Senator Bato, Senator Zubiri, lahat na, Senator Estrada, may sarili ring team ito. Senator Binay, Senator Ligarda, Senator Pimentel, Senator Ontivero, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, Senator Villar, Senator Revilla, Senator Padilla, sa lahat ng kasama natin, Senator Cayetano, sa tulong for prioritizing this measure with Justin Brownlee on our side, we can bolster our chances in various international competitions. Kasama na dyan ang FIBA 2023 na isa po tayo sa mga host at stake po dito. Ang ating bayan, sana po'y pumasok tayo sa Final 8 at manalo. To Mr. Brownlee, naway patuloy mong isapuso ang pagiging isang Pilipino. Mahalin mo ang Pilipinas, isapuso ang tungkulin ng bawat mamamayang Pilipino na magsilbi sa bayan at unahin ang interes ng Pilipinas. Mabuhay ka, Mr. Justin Brownlee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Senator Go.
Mr. President, next to explain his votes, the distinguished gentleman from Davao Province and the province of Bohol, no other than Senator Bato de la Raza. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Davao del Sur and Davao City is recognized, distinguished gentleman, Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, time is running out. The game, or shall we say, the future of Philippine basketball is on the line. And this chamber has the opportunity to take the winning shot. Do we take our chance at glory or do we pass? I say, we go all in, Mr. President. Never say die. Today, we profess our unwavering support to naturalize Mr. Justin Brownlee. Teams draft and trade for players to improve their chances of winning. The addition of Justin in the Philippine team is not only a win for our basketball program, but a win for our nation. A great defender, reliable perimeter shooter, clutch player, and a crowd favorite is added to our team. But most importantly, a good person is added to our citizenry. Justin may have hailed from Georgia, USA, but would later on become known to be one of the most loved residents of the most popular barangay in the Philippines, Barangay Ginebra. A polite, mild-mannered teammate will now be a fellow Filipino. We are the best basketball fans in the planet, the most passionate. There is a saying in the world of sports, game recognizes game. Usually, this pertains to high praises and respect of player towards another. The Filipino people acknowledge the accomplishments and honor he has brought to his barangay. Now, he will be doing it for the whole country. This humble representation believes that more wins in the international basketball scene are coming our way. However, even before a single game is played by Justin wearing our country's colors, he has already won in life, and so have we in him. He vowed to use his stature and influence to further our advocacy against illegal drugs, the real MVP, true and true. Thank you, Senator Tolentino. You should be awarded as Best General Manager for making all this happen. I will never think twice of giving you an assist. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I will move for a minute suspension so that we can...
Before you do that, I'd just like to just manifest your honor to Mr. Brownlee. Mr. Brownlee, I also had the opportunity, your honor, of having to sponsor Marcos Daufit in several congresses past. And it was an honor for me to be able to have him naturalized to play for the Philippines. But you're being given a chance today. It's very difficult to become a Filipino citizen. Senator Coco knows that, being a top lawyer. There's only two ways to do it. One through legislation, the other through the judicial process, which can take several years. Your citizenship was given to you in a very quick manner because of the need to have a very good player with the Philippine team. But you are being given the responsibility, sir, of having full civil and political rights as a Filipino. Please put that in heart. Because not only can you play for the Philippine team, but you can also even elect leaders in the future who are good for the country because we are giving you full civil and political rights. All we ask, Mr. Brownlee, is for you to play your heart and soul for our country. You are now an adopted Filipino, and you will be loved as a Filipino by each and every one of us. And hopefully you'll be able to promote our country all over the world. I'll give an example. Miss Frank here, she's Filipino-American, but wherever she goes to play to rider skates, she carries with her the Philippine flag proudly. And we hope that wherever you go as well, Mr. Brownlee, you now have the hopes, dreams, and aspiration of every Filipino, especially every basketball-loving Filipino. So I wanted to put that on record and congratulate you personally. With that, we ask for a minute suspension so that I can ask my colleagues, maybe they can approach the podium up here with Mr. Brownlee, and we can have a photo opportunity with him here in the Senate. Session suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture and with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 360, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 362, and for the Secretary to read only the title of the measure. This is the resolution commending Filipina figure skater Sophia Lexi Jacqueline Frank.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We'll ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution congratulating and commending Filipina figure skater Sophia Lexi Jacqueline Frank for her stellar victory in the 2022 Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy held in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Bong Revilla, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The distinguished gentleman from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized.
Mr. President, I stand today to sponsor Senate Resolution number 360, congratulating and commending Filipino figure skater Sophia Lexi Jacqueline Frank for her stellar victory in the 2022 Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy held last December 7 to 9 in Jakarta, Indonesia. Walang duda, Ginoong Pangulo, basta may dugong Pilipino, laging magwawagi saan mang sulok ng mundo. At si Sophia ang isa sa mga magigiting na patunay nito. Mr. President, our Filipino athlete that we wish to honor today emerged as a champion in the Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy in senior women category. During the competition, Sophia bested 8 other competitors, thereby earning her the most coveted gold medal in her category. Our country's pride scored 50.19 in the short program and 93.78 in the free skating segment with a topping score of 143.97. Dahil sa uwing tagumpay ni Sophia, lalong nakaka-proud maging isang Pilipino. Tunay na nga ang mga manlalaro natin, hindi lang basta world-class athletes. Sila ay mga world-class champions. Hindi ako magtataka kung si Sophia ang ating magiging pambato at kauna-unahang Filipino gold medalist sa Winter Olympics. Apart from her recent win, she has also played for the country in different international figure skating competitions, such as the World Junior Figure Skating Championships, Challenger Series Finlandia Trophy, Tallinn Trophy, Colorado Springs Invitational, and U.S. International Classic, among others, and receive outstanding distinctions. Sa kanyang angking galing at husay, tiwala ako na mapaparangalan niya ang ating watawat ng mas mataas pang tagumpay. Sophia, continue soaring high. We are so proud of you. Mabuhay ka. God bless you. Mabuhay ang atletang Pilipino. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat, Senator Revilla.
Mr. President, may I be recognized to co-sponsor the measure?
Our distinguished Majority Floor Leader from the great province of Bulacan is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation filed Senate Resolution number 362, and it is my honor to give commendation to Sophia Lexi Jacqueline Frank for clinching the gold medal in the senior women category in the 2022 Asian Open Figure Skating Trophy in Jakarta, Indonesia, from December 7 to December 9, 2022. Sophia scored 50.19 points in the short program segment and 93.78 points in the free skating, tallying a total of 143.97 points. Mr. President, prior to this recent achievement at the young age of 16 years old, She broke the Philippine records in women's figure skating at the 2021 Challenger Series Finlandia Trophy in Espoo, Finland, when she scored 53.30 points in the short program and 94.79 in free skate, tallying a total of 148.09 points. Mr. President, her exceptional performance is a testament to the perseverance, excellence, and world-class talent of Filipino skaters. We are immensely proud of you and that we see a bright future for all our Filipino figure skaters. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, at pagpalain tayong lahat ng ating Panginoong Diyos.
Maraming salamat, Majority Leader.
Sen. Bong? Mr. President, Senator Bongo would also like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be
The
recognized.
Chairman of the Committee on Sports, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, as Chairman of the Committee on Sports, I would like to congratulate Filipina figure skaters Sophia, Frank for winning gold in the Asian Open Figure Skating Championship held in Jakarta, Indonesia from December 7 to 9. Miss Frank came out on top in the seniors women's category with a combined score of 143.97 points from the short program and the free skate, besting a total of 8 other competitors. Miss Frank's talent and dedication to her craft are truly inspiring, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch her skate. Her graceful movements, impressive jumps, and captivating spins were a joy to behold, and she truly embodied the beauty and artistry of figure skating. As a Filipino, she has made us incredibly proud with her victory. She has shown the talent that we are a nation of talented and dedicated athletes, and her success will inspire many other Filipinos to pursue their dreams and achieve greatness. Once again, congratulations on your well-deserved victory. Keep reaching for the stars and never give up on your dreams. We know that you have a bright future ahead of you, and we cannot wait to see what you achieve next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr.
Senator
President,
Go.
Senator Jinggoy Estrada would also like to co-sponsor the measure, Mr.
Our
President.
distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you very much. I would like to associate myself with the sponsorship speeches of Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Bongo, Senator Joel Villanueva, and I am also proud that these skaters are from the city of San Juan. Thank you, and I also would like to personally congratulate our honorees today.
No cash gift?
Huh?
No cash gift from
Maybe
the Senator of San Juan?
we will talk it over with the good one, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President, at this
Yes,
juncture and with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from Camarines Norte and the Republic of the Philippines, adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Padilla, is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong dagdagan na ang butihing ina ng ating kampyon ay isa rin pong artista. Opo, kaya gusto ko lamang pong palakasin yung usapin na yon na ang nagga-guide, ang naggiya sa ating pong kampyon ay isang artista. At dati pong leading lady ng ating idol, action star Ramon Bong Revilla. Opo.
Si Ma'am
Opo,
Precious.
at beauty queen. At muli na naman pong napatunayan, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, ang sinabi ko na wala nang gaganda pa sa mga Pilipina. Maraming salamat po.
Totoo po yan, Ginoong Senador.
With that, Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or propose any amendments of the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 360 taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 362 subject to style. I so move, Mr. President.
With all members authoring.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we suspend the session, Mr. President, so we can have a photo opportunity with our guest for today. May I just acknowledge, Mr. President, our good friend, former mayor of Tugigaraw, Cagayan Valley, Mayor Jefferson Soriano, who is at
Where
the
is he?
gallery.
My
He's
dear
here, Mr.
friend,
President.
Mayor Jefferson is here.
He's here. Yes, Mr. President, he's here.
My kinakapatid.
Yes, also Mayor Florante Pascual of Lalo, Cagayan Valley is also here. We recognize and welcome them to their
Yes,
Senate.
Mayor, welcome to your Senate.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session
If you
for a
want
minute.
to make it easier for us so that we don't come up and down, maybe we can continue with the second one so that we'll just all stand
Yes.
here, the senators, for a photo op later.
That's
If
a
it's
good
all right with the
That's a good
majority.
idea, Mr. President. With
Thank you.
the permission of the body, Mr. President, I will first move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 363, and for the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is the resolution commending all Filipino delegates and awardees in 2022 International Practical Shooting Confederation. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Motion is approved. Secretary, please read the title of the measure.
Resolution congratulating and commending all Filipino delegates and awardees in the 2022 International Practical Shooting Confederation Handgun World Shoot 19, Pattaya, Thailand, for bringing honor and pride to the country.
Yes, Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao Province, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our distinguished colleague from Mindanao, and also a fellow champion shooter in his own right, Senator Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. I am privileged to sponsor Senate Resolution number 363, congratulating and commending the Filipino delegates and awardees in the 2022 International Practical Shooting Confederation Handgun World Shoot 19 in Pattaya, Thailand. Mr. President, firearms, depending on who you ask, may be associated with fear or feeling of security. Hand over a gun to an unstable person, and you have given him a weapon of destruction. Entrust it to our law enforcement agents, and it will be an instrument of peacekeeping. We do not often hear people identify guns with sports competitions. The gun, which was customarily used as a deterrent and tool to incapacitate one's enemy, somehow takes on a new purpose. The Philippine Practical Shooting Association claims that practical shooting is the fastest growing shooting sport in the world to date. It describes practical shooting as a sport that requires combining the elements of speed, power, and accuracy. It is a venue that seeks to develop and test an individual's shooting skills in a controlled sporting environment. Practical shooting matches are realistic, diverse, and fun, mixing props such as barricades, doors, shooting ports, tunnels, and even everyday objects with full or partially exposed targets, moving targets, penalty-carrying no-shoot targets, and still reactive targets to test the skills and techniques of practical shooting competitor. Practical shooting competitions are held all over the world to determine the best shooters. Through the years, they have become more and more diverse and inclusive. These competitions have branched out into different categories and divisions and can be considered a sport that is very welcoming to women competitors. I am proud to announce that Filipinos are doing well in this sport. Modesty aside, Mr. President, this humble representation was it to compete in the recently concluded EPSIC Handgun World Shoot 2022. Had it not been for our plenary sessions, that is always of greater importance. Nonetheless, our delegation exceeded our expectations. The Philippine team successfully secured 61 medals in different divisions and categories, 5 new world records, and 5 shoot-off champions. Mr. President, allow me to read the names of our medalists. Our sharpshooter, Jufro Emil Lihano, in Classic Division overall category, and Khalil Adrian Viray in Standard Division overall category won for us the gold medal. Sila yung the best of the best sa buong mundo, Mr. President. Walang tatalo. Thank you. We bagged the silver medal in Standard Division overall category and Open Division overall category because of the proficiency and consistency shown by Rolly Tixon and Edsel Jan Gino, my son-in-law, respectively, Mr. President.
May inaanak. May inaanak.
And your inaanak, Mr. President. Sila yung silver medalist ng kanilang division. We also brought home bronze medal in Classic Division overall category by Alfredo Catalan Jr. and Production Division overall category by Aaron Jan Lanusa. Additional gold medals were won by the Philippine team under individual awards because of the accuracy demonstrated by Jetro Dionisio in Classic Division Senior category. The Jet, Mr. President.
May asim pa yung ating kaibigan.
Jerome Jovan Morales in Production Optics Division Senior category. Aaron Jan Lanusa in Production Division Junior category. Khalil Adrian Viray in Standard Division Junior category. And Genesis Pibli in Standard Division Lady category. Marley Martir, an officer of the Philippine Navy in Classic Division Lady category. Johan Abanilla in Production Optics Division Light Senior category. And Rolly Tixon in Standard Division Junior category, bag as silver medals. In addition, the following brought us bronze medal. Alex Lau in Classic Division Super Senior category. That is my category, Mr. President, Super Senior. Wala si Alex Lau. James King in Classic Division Senior category. Ledia Kuyong in Production Optics Division Light Lady category. Arnel Ariate in Production Division Super Senior category. Robert Po, Standard Division Super Senior category. Akin Adrian Viray in Standard Division Junior category. Luisito Miguel de Guzman in Open Division Super Junior category. And Jessica Tampuco in Open Division Lady category. The professionalism of our athletes was also shown as they won 39 medals in 10 categories of different divisions. The team of Jofro Emil Lihano, Alfredo Catalan Jr., Leonard Lopez, and Edric Elisio Chan won us the gold medal in Classic Division overall category. Standard Division overall category, our team composed of Khalil Adrian Viray, Rolly Nathaniel Tixon, Joseph Bernabe Jr., and Gerard Loy won for us another gold medal. A silver medal under the team awards in Production Division overall category was won by Aaron Lanusa, Paul Bryant Yu, John Gutamco, and Willard Carrera. Edsel Giangino, Nino Roberto Levisti, Keo Dale Tuan, and Enrico Papa also won silver medals under the team awards in Open Division overall category. Bronze medals under the team awards in Production Optics Light Division overall category was also won by Paulo Paulino, Roy Harold Malunda, Johan Abanilla, and Ronald Astillero were secured. More gold medalists under the team awards in Standard Division Super Senior category were Robert Po, Israelito Pibli, Jose Mauchi, and Isagani Buenaflor. Additional silver medalists under the team awards were secured by the following in the respective divisions: James King, Gilbert Go, Jesus Andres Soriano, and Alex Lau in Classic Division Senior category. Evelyn Woods, Risa Vidalion, Maria Joana Catalan, and Crystalline Gonzalez in Production Division Lady category. Anthony C., Arnel Ariate, and Rodolfo Cua Jr. in Production Division Senior category. And Jessica Tampoco, Andrea Bernos, Erin Matia Micor, and Janice Navato in Open Division Lady category also won as bronze medals. The following were the ones who were able to secure new world records for the Philippines: Jopro Emil Lejano for individual classic, Jetro Dionisio for individual class senior category, Khalil Adrian Viray for individual standard junior category. Jopro Emil Lejano, also Alfredo Catalan Jr., Edric Eliseo Chan, and Leonard Lopez for Team Classic Division, and Robert Po, Israeli Pibli, Jose Mauchi Suela, and Isagani Buenaflor for Team Standard Division Super Senior category. The following were the shoot-off winners: Aaron Lanosa for both Production and Production Junior divisions, Evelyn Woods for Production Lady, Rolly Nathaniel Tixon for Standard Junior, and Genesis Pibli for Standard Lady Division. Mr. President, this remarkable accomplishment would not be possible without the full support and assistance of the Philippine Practical Shooting Association, led by our passionate President and head of the Philippine delegation to the 2022 World Shoot, Mr. Edwin Lim. Ating President, Mr. President. Mr. President, Theodore Roosevelt once said, "A good shot must necessarily be a good man, since the essence of good marksmanship is self-control, and self-control is the essential quality of a good man." I know from experience that they won't be able to reach these new heights without the effort, the practice, and hard work that they exerted, the preparation that went on for many months and even years, and the iron will that refuses to give up. These are the things you must go through and possess in order to become a champion in practical shooting. Mr. President, our soldiers fired their guns to bring honor and glory to our nation. Under a different set of circumstances, our sports shooters have done the same. Today, to all the delegates and awardees, you reap the rewards to all that you have sown, and we congratulate you for bringing honor and glory to your fellow Filipinos. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Yes, Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is Senator Bong Revilla Jr., and he asked this representation that his co-sponsorship speech be inserted into the records. So
Thank
moved,
you.
Mr.
We take
President.
note of that
Mr.
motion.
President, next to co-sponsor is the distinguished gentleman from Davao City and Batangas Province, no other than Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo, is recognized.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Committee on Sports, it is my great pleasure to co-sponsor the resolution congratulating the Filipino team on their victories at the 19th International Practical Shooting Confederation Handgun World Championships held in Thailand. Khalil Adrian Viray, the sole Filipino and Asian competitor for the esteemed ZZ shooting team, won 3 gold medals in the standard division. He won the individual overall and successfully defended his junior championships. The standard junior was also competed in by Khalil's twin brothers, Akim and Karim Adrian. Akim finished in 3rd place and Karim finished in 5th place. This tournament was their very first experience competing internationally. In addition, the Philippine women's team's Crystalline Gonzalez, who is a jail chief inspector in the BJMP, finished in second place in the ladies category of the shooting competition. Congratulations also to Jetro Junicio and of course Adsel Gino. Gino? Adsel Gino, in-law po ni Bato. Si Bato yung coach niyan si Senator De La Rosa. Other representatives from the Philippine Practical Shooting Association have also won medals for the country in the team competition. The Philippines topped the classic overall and the standard super senior and finished second in the classic senior production overall, production lady, and open overall. It placed third in the production optics light overall, production senior, and open lady. This is a fantastic achievement and a testament to the team's dedication and skill. I'm sure they work hard and train diligently to achieve this success, and their efforts have paid off. Would like to congratulate also Senator Bato, the sponsor, for always winning. Ito yung mga previous CPNP Cup, winning also the Bato Cup, the De La Rosa Cup. All, and of course, the soon-to-be SP President shooting.
SP Cup. We're going to host Senate President Cup. We'll invite all these champion shooters to shoot
Would
there.
like to congratulate again Senator De La Rosa. Sigurado panalo na naman siya dyan.
Sa senior category, super senior.
Would also like to take a moment to recognize the hard work and dedication of the team's coaches and support staff who have played a crucial role in the team's success. Their tireless efforts and guidance have undoubtedly been instrumental in the team's victory. Once again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may move that we recognize our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator
Our
J.B.
Deputy
Ejercito.
Majority Floor Leader, Senator J.B. Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to associate myself with the resolutions that were passed. Of course, they bring pride and honor to the country. And likewise, my very good friend, our one of our Filipino living sports legend, Jetro Junicio, is a very good friend of mine. He's part of this and just to recall, Mr. President, during the 90s, he was the World Steel Challenge champion for several years. May shoot off pa, parang almost 6 years in total. Sa galing niya, wala nang makatalong Amerikano. Tinigil po yung World Steel Challenge for 4 years because nobody can beat him. So we're quite proud that he is part of this and that we're giving recognition to the team and including our very good friend Jetro the Jet Junicio, who we should consider as a Filipino living sports legend, Mr. President. So congratulations to all of you and thank you for being pride to the country. That's all, Mr. President.
And yes, and if I may also, Mr. Jetro Junicio paved the way to show the world that Filipinos are champion shooters. And I'd like to put on record that I am very, very proud of you. If Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Bongo, Senator Sani Angara, their favorite sport is basketball, kami po ni Senator Bato, shooters po kami. We are pro-gun and we're pro-shooters, defensive shooting. And we'd like to congratulate all of you. Yes, I had to sneak that in. I'm really pro-gun. And I'd like to congratulate all of you for a job well done. If there is one sport that we may excel in the Olympics, maybe in the near future, is combat shooting. So we have to lobby very hard one day na maisama po natin yung combat shooting in the Olympic Games, Asian Games, SEA Games, Asian Games, and the Olympic Games. I know we will dominate it all the way. I was so proud to see all these boys and girls holding the Philippine flag. And nasa tabi nila, below them in the podium are Americans and Europeans. It's always so nice to see our flag prevailing and all of you winning your championships representing the Philippines. It is an honor to each and every one of us. So, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to associate myself to your speech and the speeches, manifestations, statements made by our distinguished colleagues. I am just so honored, Mr. President, to have the chance to be with the legend himself, Jetro Junicio, from the same school, university, the same building, Mr. President, the College of Commerce building in UST. And we also would like to, again, commend and congratulate all our Filipino delegates and awardees in the 2022 International Practical Shooting Confederation held in Pattaya, Thailand. Mr. President, their excellent performance brought honor and pride to our country when they secured gold, silver, and bronze medals in their respective categories, as well as new world records, Mr. President, for the Philippines. Again, Mr. President, may their perseverance and subsequent victory serve as an inspiration to all of us, especially to our Filipino athletes. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, and with that, and with the permission of the body, may I move that all members be made co-authors of this resolution. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other member wishes to interpolate or ask any questions or propose any amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 363. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, before I do that, we'd like to invite them also. We are going to host the SP Cup, hopefully in Marikina and the Armscor Range. Sir, maybe we can invite your team to join us, all the winners. It will be an honor to watch you. Of course, we cannot beat you guys, but
Please
it will be an
don't compete
honor
with
to
us.
watch them perform and do a level 3 competition in front of our very eyes. So with that, no objection to the motion, the Majority Floor Leader, proposed Senate Resolution number 363 is hereby adopted and approved. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move for a minute suspension and ask our guest from our skaters to the shooters, Mr. President,
Approach
to
the podium.
approach the podium to have a photo opportunity with the
And
members
turn
of the
over
Senate.
as well of our resolution.
And hand over the resolution.
With ladies first, of course.
Ladies first, Mr.
Ladies
President.
first. the
Thank you, Mr. President.
skaters. Session
So moved.
suspended.
to resume. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we take this privileged speech up. And I ask that we recognize, Mr. President, the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, to deliver her privileged speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished senator from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. As chairman of the subcommittee created by the Committee on Health for the hearing on the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, I presided over a hearing last November 24, 2022, on the said measure and also another measure, the Medical Reserves Corp. In the course of the hearing, it was revealed that RITM, the Research Institute of Tropical Medicine, will effectively be absorbed by the newly created CDC under the bill that I was hearing. In other words, RITM will cease to exist as it was presented to us during the hearing. What will continue to exist are various functions of RITM. Sa madaling salita, Your Honors, parang chinap-chap ang function ng RITM and it will continue to exist within CDC. Senator Nancy Binay and I sought further clarification on why RITM would be chop-chop, but then a Virology Institute, which we know is part of the priority measures of the President, would be created. So the first question that had to be asked, what is the difference between the RITM and the Virology Institute's mandate? Well, we went to the expert. In our hearing was RITM Director Celia Carlos, who explained that RITM's focus is on viruses affecting humans and diseases of public health importance. It will also remain in charge of public health laboratory testing. Meanwhile, the Virology Institute would include the study of viruses and viral diseases affecting also humans, but in addition, plants and animals. So, being a lawyer, not a doctor, not a scientist, I asked a simple question. So, in other words, the Virology Institute, in addition to covering what the RITM covers, which is viruses affecting humans, will also study viruses affecting animals and plants. Sa madaling salita, dinagdagan. Ang sagot po doon ay oo. So, sa aking pag-iisip, sabi ko, bakit naman kaya hindi na lang i-amend yung mandate ng RITM because they have been existing for so long. I live also in Alabang, very near RITM, Your Honor. So, very familiar sa akin yan. Nadadaanan ko yan. Nagbabike ako dyan. Nabakunahan, na-injection na ng anti-rabies ang mga anak ko dyan. And they can do so much if only there was enough funding, which as the former chairman of the Committee on Health has fought for many years, but not until we were hit by a pandemic did people realize the importance of RITM. So ngayon, kilala na natin lahat ng RITM, and they are about to die in a chop-chop manner. I bring this up, Your Honors, because the hearing I had was for the creation of the CDC. This is not my purpose. The creation of the CDC, I will present to the body at the proper time. But this is a separate issue, Your Honor, because priority measure nga po ang hearing ng institute, the Virology Institute. And the CDC is also a priority measure. The Virology Institute, by the way, Your Honors, is in the Committee of Science and Technology. So anyway, so Senator Nancy and I were discussing, and we could not understand why we would basically be killing one institute, which is possible for the purpose of right-sizing. Kaya kong tanggapin yun, Your Honors. Kung yun talaga, there is a valid reason, kaya kong tanggapin yun. In this case, ine-explain, and I defer to the wisdom of the experts, mas magiging effective sila under CDC. Okay, I can accept that. No, I will probably ask for more details, but I can accept that in principle. Pero bakit tayo magkikreate ng panibago, which is nga the Virology Institute? Natapos na ang hearing namin, naubos na yung oras namin sa RITM and Virology Institute. I can honestly say, hindi ko pa rin maintindihan yung direksyon, Your Honor, which is why I bring it to the attention, because I know our Senate President and our Minority Floor Leader take very seriously, as we do, as your foot soldiers, the mandates, no, the prioritization that is brought to our attention, no less than Malacanang, Your Honors. So, we ask the question, kung sakaling RITM is not going to be chopped, would there be a chance for them to coexist? And the answer given to us again by Director Celia Carlos of RITM is yes, ideally, because in many countries, they have various institutes that are funded for research. So walang masama that we have more research. Again, I can accept that, Your Honor. But the reality is funding problems. Will we really be able to fund both? Or was the CDC in a way an easier way to kill and bury RITM? In a better world, in a hypothetical world, perhaps we would be able to fund both. But I have not seen that happen, Your Honors, in my history in the Senate. And so, as I mentioned, Filipinos, legislators recognize the role of RITM. As the Senior Vice Chairman of the Finance Committee handling the budget of DOH with the continuous support of our Chairman, Senator Sonny Angara, I have always ensured that RITM has had enough budget since the time I handled the health budget. RITM in 2023 had 1.39 billion pesos. I always ask them, may maitutulong pa ba kami? Okay na sila dyan sa funding na yan. Under the 2022 GAA, 1.37 billion budget, and under the 2021 GAA, 963.87 million, almost 1 billion, Your Honors. So, what do we do? Well, as I mentioned, the bills creating the Virology Institute is filed with the Senate Committee on Science and Technology. After discussing this issue with the chairperson of the Committee on Science and Technology, Senator Alan Cayetano, we agreed that a subcommittee on the Virology Institute, of course subject to submission to the body, would be created. This representation as the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Health and as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Science and Technology can hear both at the same time so that we just have some efficiency in the management of similar bills. So the proper documentation will be submitted, Your Honors, on that note. And on a final point, I would just like to mention the timeline of the CDC committee report, which is, as I mentioned, a priority measure. In the news, it was reported for the past months that it is a priority measure. The Senate held a hearing as soon as we got the final draft of DOH, because there would really be no point, Your Honors, in hearing a very technical bill na wala naman pong support ng DOH, no? So we proceeded with that, and then we were told that they still need to work on it further, and thus we held a TWG last week, and my understanding is there may be a need for further TWGs. So obviously with 2 remaining days, Your Honors, we will not be able to sponsor. But I think everybody can accept that it is a very technical bill and we want to do it right. And we are giving DOH and the experts the time. It is their timeline. They are part of the administration to come to us with the versions that they want, including reconciling these issues also on RITM and the Virology Institute. So on that note, Your Honors, I just really the intention is to bring this to the body's attention. In case there's anyone who would like to interpolate, I don't mind, Your Honor, if you suspend, because there are so many people who are listed for privileged speeches. I don't think there's any rush. What is important is I brought this to the attention of the body, and we can answer questions of our colleagues at the proper time after other speeches are delivered. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I actually wanted to raise some issues, but thank God that our distinguished colleague made mention that she's more than willing to just suspend and perhaps ask questions at the later date, Mr. President, because it's quite alarming and, well, I'm not going to use the word alarming, but it's such a great concern that we are all somehow supportive of right-sizing, and here we are trying to abolish or remove the functions as mentioned a while ago in the RITM, and come up again with another, establish another department that would also do the same thing, Mr. President. So I would reserve my questions at the later time, Mr. President, and with that, I move that we suspend consideration of the privileged speech of the distinguished lady from Taguig and Patero, Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we take another privileged speech, and I ask that we recognize our distinguished colleague, Mr. President, from the great province of Pangasinan, Iloilo, in the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe, to deliver her privileged speech. So move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished senator from Iloilo and Pangasinan in the Republic of the Philippines is recognized, Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a major milestone in Philippine aviation reached its 87th anniversary last month. On the 29th of November in 1935, a Martin M130 flying boat operated by Pan American Airlines landed in Manila Harbor after a 60-hour flight from San Francisco. It was the first ever regularly scheduled trans-Pacific flight, as well as the first commercial contact between the Philippines and the world. The plane, which landed that fateful day, carried only mail as its cargo. A year later, that same San Francisco-Manila route would carry its first passengers. Philippine aviation has grown far beyond these humble beginnings. On one hand, vast improvements in fuel capacity and travel time have bridged great distances, effectively shrinking the globe. What was once a 60-hour-long trip from Manila to San Francisco can now be flown in 12 hours. In contrast, the average time spent in EDSA traffic continues to expand, while the overall distance remains the same. On the other hand, the expansion of carrier capacity has led to the democratization of travel. Higher passenger volume has reduced the overhead cost per traveler and resulting cheaper airfares down the line. These two factors have created the global Filipino and the globalized Filipino economy. Today, there are 2.2 million overseas Filipinos in 2020. Many more in our shores are seeking to go abroad to study or achieve their #travel goals. Efficient air transportation has become an essential service. In 2019, the last aviation boom period before the pandemic forced us to shut our borders. Around 737,000 aircraft landed in our country. 29.25 million passengers and 266.03 million units of cargo entered the country on those aircrafts. By itself, air transportation contributed close to 120 billion pesos to the economy in 2019. Inbound and domestic tourism contributed another 3.7 trillion pesos. The latter alone is a 100-fold return on investment on the Department of Tourism's meager 3 billion budget. With the constantly growing influx of people, capital, and goods and services, the airfields of the past are now extinct. The airfields of Grace Park are now an industrial estate. The runways of Nielsen Field have become the thoroughfares of Ayala Avenue and Paseo de Rojas. Today, the Ninoy Aquino International Airport remains the primary hub of travel in the country. Of the 8.3 million inbound tourists in 2019, 9 out of 10 arrived via plane and 6 of every 10 landed in NAIA. This means that for a large number of travelers to our country, NAIA is the court of first impression. Tourists may have been enticed by our sunny coastlines, delicious food, and friendly smiles. But upon landing, it is NAIA which first greets them. NAIA is where we should be putting our best foot forward. In reality, we have shot ourselves and continue to shoot ourselves in the foot. Here's a tour of NAIA's best of the worst in the past decade. From 2011 to 2015, NAIA was consistently ranked as one of the world's worst airports by the Sleeping in Airports website, which collects reviews from travelers. In fairness, Mr. President, NAIA was finally removed from the list in 2016, but it did surface as the sixth worst airport to have a layover in 2017. In 2014, NAIA was rated as the eighth worst airport by a United States financial website, Wall Street Cheat Sheet. NAIA was described as having soup kitchen-style lines that feed into more lines and an overall sense of futility. In 2019, which was a peak year in travel, NAIA was ranked as the worst airport to fly out from during Christmas, as more than 41% of its total flights failed to take off on time. Simula pa lang ito ng litanya. Just last year, 3 reviews and a viral video have already poked holes in NAIA. Last May, a study by worldwide luggage storage app Bounce ranked NAIA as the worst business class airport in the world. Last November, a blog which analyzed 1,500 Google reviews for over 500 airports around the world found NAIA as the third most stressful airport in Asia and Oceania. Also in November, a Dutch traveler and TikTok creator found that concessionaires in NAIA too were not accepting cashless transactions. At the same time, the only ATM in the terminal was not working. Let's watch this short video.
Let me show you how amazing it is to transfer at Manila International Airport Terminal 2. Just arrived from a 6-hour flight from Papua New Guinea. So we're hungry, so want to get something to eat, but cash only. Let's try Goldilocks. Ah, damn. Cash only. Fin Cafe, same problem. Cash only. Maybe at the deli corner? Oh no, cash only. Ah yes, there's a cafe. Must be card by payment. Oh no, same shit. Cash only. So you think you go to the ATM to get cash? I said, sorry, I'm temporarily closed. So this is the only ATM to get cash? Yeah, how to get something here, Philippine Airlines. And how ironic, the only place you can actually pay by card is here. This is at a liquor shop. Great job, Philippine Airlines.
Mr. President, apparently, according to Secretary Bautista, not all concessionaires have that cash-only policy. But I should say that all concessionaires should allow credit card payments or electronic payments. Napaka-backward naman ito. Dito, kailangan ganyan. Bakit? Tinatago ba nila yung kinikita nila from the BIR or from the MIA management? But MIA management should know about this. So, there's a reason why, I think, a nefarious reason why they don't accept cash. It's to hide probably their earnings. And just last week, journalist Atom Araulio lamented on Twitter his struggle getting a ride home from NAIA. To his words, just arrived at the airport from an overseas trip. No coupon taxis, no metered taxis, no Grab. Wala rin tayong mga bus at tren dito. Basically, kung wala kang sundo, you're dead. It's been an hour and counting. This is what a broken transport system looks like. Simple lang po ang hatol sa NAIA. Tinimbang ngunit kulang pa rin. Travelers are now discerning and patience is limited. It takes years to build trust, but it only takes a 30-second TikTok video or a 280-character tweet by an irate traveler to destroy it. Space is becoming increasingly scarce in the whole NAIA complex. As a whole, NAIA has a rated capacity of 35 million passengers and 250,000 flights. But in 2019, actual passenger volume reached 47.88 million and actual flights reached 277.530. We have reached passenger capacity by over 36%, while flight capacity is exceeded by 11%. In other words, our primary aerial entry point is now a major choke point. Mercifully, the Mactan, Cebu, and Clark International Airports provide some relief, but only 2 of 10 inbound tourists fly into the country via the Mactan, Cebu Airport every year. On the other hand, the Clark International Airport has a total rated capacity of around 12 million, including its newly built terminal. However, the full utilization of the Clark Airport depends on the completion of the Malolos-Clark segment of the North-South Commuter Railway. Currently, only 5.28% of inbound tourists enter the country through the Clark Airport. The Bulacan Airport will have a potential passenger capacity of 35 million. Of course, these numbers remain merely theoretical until it opens its doors in 2027. All of this means that we will have to persevere with NAIA. But this does not mean grin and bear it. It means making the best of a bad situation. To Mia, may we respectfully remind you of the laundry list of solutions, commitments, and promises which you submitted during this year's budget deliberations. Next year, sisingilin po namin kayo. Hahanapin po namin ang actual outputs ng digitization and automation at ang capacity building reduction of red tape across all phases of passenger processing. Siguro simulan na natin sa streamlining ng clearance procedures sa NAIA. The DOTR and MIA should make time and motion studies on how long the entire procedure takes on average to clear NAIA involving the 2 X-ray procedures. Binawasan na raw ng isa. Tignan natin. Immigration lines, actual check-in, and the inexplicable numerous checks for flight itineraries at every point. All these tediousness add to the painfully long 3 to 4 hour boarding procedure, which is sometimes even longer than the flight time itself. We should stop this ridiculousness all at once using actual data to improve passenger experience. Dagdag pa, let's make cashless payments available for all of NAIA's concessionaires at siguraduhin natin na gumagana ang mga ATM. The same request applies to CAAP and the airports in its ambit. For night-rated international airports outside of Metro Manila, isagad na po natin ang 24 hours of operation kung commercially viable. Dapat hindi natatapos ang serbisyo ng pagpasok at paglabas ng mga paliparan. This is a good opportunity to look at how airport services can be improved by strengthening interconnectivity with other transportation sectors. For the road sector, we should study adding more airport buses to cater to more routes and more passengers and decrease the interval time between buses. For the rail sector, once operational, the Metro Manila Subway project will connect to NAIA Terminal 3. DOTR Secretary Bautista, let's get the ball rolling on the public-private partnership project to rehabilitate NAIA. May you become the DOTR Secretary to finally make this happen. Please do not let this project remain as a PowerPoint presentation during your time. We can start by adding more restrooms na siguradong malinis at may tubig. Yan lang, low-hanging fruit. Malaking impression ang mapapalitan kung maayos man lang ang mga restrooms natin. The Bureau of Immigration should also standardize the immigration clearance procedures. The public must be informed of the real grounds for offloading and documents needed to prove legitimacy of travel and the right of passengers during immigration inspections. Sino pa talaga ang may kailangan ng CFO o yung certificate galing sa Commission on Overseas Filipinos ng affidavit of support kung self-funded naman ang biyahe at ng travel insurance kung hindi naman required ng country of destination. Marami nagrereklamo na mas marami pang hinihingi ang immigration natin kaysa sa visa application na granted naman. Dagdagan natin ang mga immigration officers. Hindi pwede yung usual shift changes na 3. Pwede natin dagdagan pag mas maraming biyahe at bawasan pag merong lull ng pagpasok. Hindi yung kahit na gaano karaming passengers, ganon pa lang rin karami yung mga officers na available. Sa aking mga kasamahan dito sa Senado, ipasa na po natin ang e-government at e-governance bills so that automation and digitization will become a norm not only in NAIA but in all government agencies. Tinitignan na rin natin ang Senate Bill number 1003 ni Senator Sonny Angara so that CAAP will become stronger, and Senate Bill number 1073 or the proposed Philippine Airports Authority so that CAAP can focus on regulation while this new body will focus on building, maintaining, and operating and maintain airports throughout the country. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President,
Thank you very much.
if
Senator
I may,
Grace.
Mr. President, if the distinguished lady from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines would yield to just a few clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
If she so wishes, yes.
Yes, Mr. President, it is my pleasure to answer the questions of our Majority Leader from Bulacan.
Thank
Please
you,
proceed.
Mr. President. Mr. President, at the onset, may I just put on record my sincerest thanks and gratitude for our distinguished colleague for raising this very, very important issue, Mr. President. Mr. President, every time we leave the country, maiinggit ka lagi when you reach the destination country you are going or visiting. And unfortunately, Mr. President, yung pinakita po ng ating distinguished colleague kanina, yung video, unfortunately, napakasakit, nakakadurog ng puso to just see our own country. Now we can't even do the basics for our airport, Mr. President. Show window natin ito eh. We have been promoting our country. Kayo mismo, Mr. President, when you were in Europe, I remember you talking about the beauty of the Philippines, asking our counterparts in other parts of the world to come visit the Philippines. Tapos ganito yung makikita nila. Mr. President, yung unang katanungan ko lang po, I would just like to ask our distinguished colleague, kasi this December and January, peak months po for travelers going in and out of the country to visit the relatives or tourists visiting our country dahil Christmas break. Yung airport po natin, itong Manila International Airport, they already anticipated 13 to 15% na increase ng turista at darating na travelers dito po sa ating bansa. Sabi ho nila, December 15 yung magsisimula na talagang tataas po ito, makikita yung peak. Gusto ko lang hong itanong, Ginoong Pangulo, kasi yung binanggit po ni Senator Grace po, she enumerated a while ago, a list of to-dos. Ang tanong ko lang, Mr. President, kaya po ba ito bago ngayong Pasko? And do we know if the airport officials, MIA, NAIA, have taken this enumerated list of to-dos, Mr. President?
Mr. President, I think it's an opportune moment for us to ask that question tomorrow to our Secretary when he comes up for the continuation of his confirmation hearing. From the to-do list, I think what is achievable at this time is adding more immigration officers during peak hours, and then maybe for them not to be asking too many tedious requirements that are not really relevant for some passengers. So I think that can be achieved if they really have the political will to do that. Another thing that can be achieved in cooperation with the DOTR and the transport groups, they should be able to deploy more vehicles, public transportation to the area. They should coordinate with this ride-sharing apps. They should coordinate with taxi operators, bus operators, so that they can mobilize more transportation. Those things can be done. Now, when it comes to digitization, syempre hindi. Hindi yan matatapos by this year. Another thing that cannot be done is maybe yung request natin na sana damihan nila yung stalls sa mga restrooms. But that can be done early next year. So there are items that can be achieved if they really focus on meeting those solutions at the earliest possible time.
Mr. President, the distinguished lady from Pangasinan and Iloilo and Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace po, made mention about requirements. This representation is a living testimony, Mr. President. When I was in Dubai, Dubai International Airport, I've seen a lot of OFWs crying on the sidelines, Mr. President, because they're apparently asking a lot of things, whether it's the vaccination card, the passport, what do you call that, the one something, and then one health pass. Senator Pia Cayetano made mention, delivered a privileged speech the last time about this hocus-pocus, bogus websites. And I wonder, Mr. President, if our distinguished colleague would know if there is at least one government agency looking into this, Mr. President, whether you are on behalf of the Filipinos working abroad, going back here in the Philippines, on behalf of the tourism sector, for instance, if you're from DOT, do you actually check ano itong mga requirements that's being asked of our tourists? Kasi we have been selling our country to different countries of the world, asking them to come here, visit the Philippines, and then you have all this, as mentioned a while ago, unnecessary, which I agree, Mr. President, unnecessary requirements being asked for a traveler.
Mr. President, that's really the tragedy of it. Supposedly, they ask these things also so that they can curtail human trafficking. Di ba? May mga ganon. Pero yung nangyayari, ang dami pa rin nakakalusot. Di ba? So, yung mga hinihingi nilang papeles, nandun na tayo, pero halimbawa, yung mga marino natin, lahat naman yan, complete na yan, di ba? Malalaman mo naman na nakuha na nila yung dokumento nila, bakit pa kailangan bubusisiin isa-isa doon?
Yung binanggit niyo po kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, yung tungkol sa visa ng Bureau of Immigration, may visa na po, pero may hinihingi pa po ba sila? Yun po yung narinig ko kanina, na may visa na sila, may iba pang hinihingi yung immigration officer, is that correct?
Yung CFO, yung ano ba yun?
Commission of Filipino Officers, that's my favorite, Mr. President. In fact, we should abolish it.
Oo, kailangan pa.
I've been calling for the abolition of this particular
kailangan pa nila ng
unit.
certificate na ganon, na hindi naman, parang redundant na, di ba? Kasi meron naman silang ibang registration.
And last year, Mr. President, we discovered here in this August chamber that they were exacting fees illegally without any legal basis, and now it's gone. Finally, imagine, Mr. President, kung hindi natin nahuli dito sa Senado yun, they will still be exacting fees illegally without any legal basis. So again, Mr. President, just not to belabor the time of our distinguished colleague, I just wanted to find out, would you suggest, or is there any particular government agency looking into this? Because imagine, Mr. President, our OFWs bumabalik sa Pilipinas, sila pa yung pinahihirapan, magpapahinga sila, magbabakasyon sila. Ang dami pa palang requirements na nagugulat po sila na hinihingi. And then, of course, our tourists. Kanina, binabanggit din ni Senator JV, pagdating mo dito, merong Coast Guard dun sa gilid na booth na before immigration na parang pagdating, mga nakafatig, parang hindi ho yata parang welcoming sa ating mga turista na biglang may sasalubungan. Hindi nga ho nila alam kung taga Coast Guard itong mga sumasalubong na nakafatig.
Alam mo, Mr. President, marami talagang, ewan ko kung naghahanap sila ng paraan para magdilihensya. Basta, yung punto doon, halimbawa, nasa charter kasi nila na pwede silang humingi ng kahit na anong requirements, itong Bureau of Immigration. Ano ba naman yung ipaskill na nila beforehand? Di ba? Na ito yung mga kailangan sa inyo. Tapos, ang isa pa, kunyari, hingi sila ng affidavit of support. Kung self-funded ka naman naaalis, di ba? I mean, you can probably prove it that, no, wait, I don't need an affidavit of support because I'm actually paying for my own flight and my vacation. But then, that will take another, 5 minutes? So can you imagine if you have like 200 people lining up times 5 minutes each? That will really increase the time that you spend there. 4 hours. Imagine your flight to Hong Kong is what? An hour and 10 minutes?
Hour 45.
Pero pipila ka ng 4 na oras doon bago ka maka-check-in. So, the good news, Mr. President, according to Secretary Bautista, tinanggal nila yung X-ray sa entrance ng airport. Hindi na yata yon supposedly tinanggal na nila. Ewan ko, we will check. Kasi di ba, kung napapansin nyo, papasok pa lang sa airport ngayon, merong x-ray. Tapos, pupunta ka dun sa check-in counter. Pagkatapos dun, pag nakuha mo na yung ticket mo, immigration, tapos x-ray ulit. So supposedly, tinanggal na nila yung dito sa labas dahil nga napakahaba ng pila. So,
I
yun
think
lang.
Senator Bato de la Rosa would like to intervene, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, with the permission of our two colleagues, Senator Grace Po and Senator Villanueva, I would like to, I think you have mentioned about the presence of the Coast Guard inside our airport premises. And I agree with you that that is not quite welcoming to lalong-lalo na yung mga foreigners, no? But I think the reason for that was that during the pandemic, during the pandemic, Coast Guard being under the Department of Transportation, ay ginamit niya ito for the enforcement of the pandemic protocols. But I agree with you, Mr. President. Ngayon nga, medyo hanggang ngayon, andyan pa rin sila. But di ba napag-usapan natin kanina yung problema natin sa West Philippine Sea? I think we need more Coast Guards patrolling at the West Philippine Sea rather than in the airport. So I hope the Coast Guard can, align all their resources into good use. Doon siguro mas maganda magpatrolya sa West Philippine Sea kaysa airport. That's just my opinion, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President. We agree with our former PNP chief. Mas maraming mapapakinabangan na Coast Guard patrolling our coast rather than being inside the airport. Mr. President, I would just like to point out also when I came in Terminal 3, Mr. President, I just noticed also, and these are very basic things I would like to raise, as mentioned a while ago by our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Po. I noticed there are a lot of elderly having a hard time waiting for their wheelchairs, Mr. President. So I asked around at Terminal 3, don't you have any, ano ba tawag doon, yung mga carts, Mr. President, where you can transport our elderly, the senior citizens and all? Ang sagot po sa akin, Ginoong Pangulo, ay wala po. Pero dati may isa po kami before the pandemic, pero mula po nung nagka-pandemya, yung nag-iisang cart po namin hindi na umaandar. Nag-iisang cart, sabi ko, nag-iisang cart sa Terminal 3, yung cart. Yeah, to transport our senior citizens, Mr. President. It's just so heartbreaking, Mr. President, to hear the news after the pandemic, yung nag-iisa daw nilang cart, hindi pa rin nagawa. Mr. President, you yourself mentioned, and I experienced the same thing. Ang haba-haba ng biyahe, tapos sa tarmac, maghihintay ka 2-3 oras. And it's so unfortunate, Mr. President. I mean, again, I will continue to pound on this very important thing that we are doing as responsible Filipinos, promoting our country, asking, helping our tourism sector to grow. Tapos pupunta ho sila dito, maghihintay sila ng 2-3 oras just to park doon po sa gate, Mr. President.
That's why, with the permission of the two senators, that's why we should push for direct travel na to Boracay from Korea, from Hong Kong, from Singapore, direct travel to Davao, direct travel to Clark. Hindi na kailangan dumaan sa the holy trinity of airports, which is NAIA 1, 2, and 3. May 4 pa pala. 4 pala sila. The holy quadrangle. But I agree with you. That's why we should, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, our only chance is the Bulacan Airport. Yan na yun. Wala na. We're discussing it with the staff in the side. The carrying capacity of all our 4 airports are already over capacity. When you go there are millions of people who use it a day, and it's only meant for maybe a few 100,000. Parang EDSA yan eh. So we really need to find or to come up with a replacement Thankfully, the Bulacan Airport is being constructed. I flew over it on my way to Pampanga the other day. Nakita ko yung Bulacan Airport, full swing yung construction. Mabuti na lang meron pong katulad ni Mr. Ramon Ang na willing gumastos ng kanilang pera sa San Miguel para gawin itong airport na ito. Kasi kung hindi, kung naghintay pa tayo sa gobyerno, ay baka abutin tayo ng siyam-siyam. So, that is our only hope, to be honest.
Mr. President, I understand. It's almost like living in a house, let's say, and your family members have expanded, the number of family members, but you can always keep your house clean, well-maintained at least, in the meantime that you're looking for another place to move into. So, kunyari, anong pwedeng gawin sa bahay mo para pinturahan mo, para linisan mo, kung kaya ng bulsa mo, lagyan mo ng aircon para hindi ganun kainit. In short, they may all be cosmetic, but it adds to a certain degree of comfort and convenience for the public. Di ba makita nila nag-e-effort tayo. So kahit nga yung binanggit ko na kahit man lang yung restroom, para anong kalokohan niya na ilan lang, 5 lang yung stall, isang international airport, di ba? Yun man lang magawa nila, siguro naman hindi aabutin ng 1 taon yan. Habang iniintay natin yung Bulacan Airport. So, makikita nila, alam mo, minsan kahit maliit lang, pero nakikita nila merong efficiency. I think it will make a big difference. So that's one. And just FYI, apparently 25,000 Coast Guards will be deployed in airports this holiday season. So Mr. President, if you plan to go to Pag-asa Island, I think you're going to have to borrow some Coast Guard from the airport.
Baka CAFGO na lang kasama namin, wala ng Coast Guard. And I agree with Senator Bato de la Rosa that they should be boots on the ocean and the sea, manning our ships guarding, patrolling the coast.
Yeah, Mr. President, nabanggit na naman natin ulit yung presensyahan nila dyan. Alam mo, nagkagulo-gulo na nga yung security ng airport, nag-away-away na nga yung PNP Aviation Security Group at saka yung airport police over turf war. I think masyadong magulo ng airport natin pag marami ng ganon. Maybe hindi po nabanggit ni Senator Provin Padilla sa akin na hindi po natin napag-initan yung Coast Guard. In fact, nagpapasalamat tayo. Andyan sila, nakakatulong sila sa pag-implement ng ating COVID protocols during the time of COVID. Napakalaki po ang tulong nila. Pero right now, na medyo lumuwag na tayo, pwede sigurong i-deploy na yan doon sa West Philippine Sea para mabawasan yung pambubuli ng mga China sa ating mga fishermen doon. I hope they can be used efficiently pag doon sila i-redeploy. Yun lang sa akin, Mr. President.
Actually, dear Majority Floor Leader, dear colleagues, doon ako, di ba, nagpa-check up po ako last week and I had to go to Singapore for a procedure. And when I was in Singapore, pag uwi ko, pag-alis ko pala, dinapitan ako ng TSA, yung ating local TSA, yung nagche-check, ano tawag dyan? OTS. Alam mo, kinorner nila ako sa isang kanto, sabi nila sa akin, Mr. Senate President, 1 buwan na hindi pa kami binibigyan ng sweldo. 1 buwan na hindi binibigyan ng sweldo. This was only 2 weeks ago. Remember, I took it up during the Commission on Appointments hearing of Secretary Jimmy Bautista. And I mentioned to him and he promised that he will look into it and make sure that their salaries are paid. Yung mga tao nga natin sa airport, hindi nababayaran. How do you expect magkaroon ng magandang service yung ating airport? But I guess the silver lining there is the new secretary, and I just want to pitch in for the new secretary, he comes from the airline industry. So lahat ng mura, lahat ng galit ng tao, talagang natatanggap yan araw-araw nung siya presidente ng PAL. So alam niya po yung mga problema. And I think what is important now is the next 6 months is critical. Sinabi po ni Senator Grace po, we can at the onset, at least we can put a band-aid solution in the meantime while waiting for Bulacan. Tama po yan. For example, bakit wala pong metered taxi? Dati may metered taxi sa labas ng NAIA. Ngayon siguro wala na. And they used to allow, I think there was a time, there was metered taxis but they didn't allow Grab. So nangyari, nag-complain yata yung Grab tsaka yung Uber pa noon eh. So nung nag-complain, nawala naman yung metered taxi kasi lugi sila. Ngayon, wala na talaga because wala din pupunta doon na Grab dahil sa traffic. Dahil sa sobrang traffic, mataas masyado yung surcharge. It's called a traffic surcharge. And therefore, they have to find the solution because like Atom Araulio and all the other passengers that had landed that day, paano sila uuwi? Hindi naman sila pwede maglakad. Unless maglalakad sila doon across yung parang bridge,
Papunta
Sky
Resorts
Bridge.
World.
Papunta na Resorts World. At doon sila kumuha ng taxi. Kawawa naman talaga. It's a hassle and here we are trying to promote our country and push for more tourism. So tama po si Senator Grace. We fully support her speech and I hope that it will be referred to the proper committee so that we can remind our, especially our DOTR, to work double time. Well, we'll be seeing Secretary
Bautista.
Jimmy Bautista, I think tomorrow or
Yes, tomorrow.
tomorrow is his hearing. We can take this up again with the good secretary on the commission appointments.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will wind up considering Senator JV and Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to also ask some questions. I would just like to put and place into the records yung pong problema, for example, ng connecting flights, Mr. President. I don't even think we have connecting flights here because can you imagine, may connecting flights ka, 3 hours ka maghihintay bago ka makarating dun sa gate mo, Mr. President. Another thing is the use of Clark Airport. Napakaganda po ng Clark Airport. May pagmamalaki natin, world class. Pero pag nagtanong po kayo, nawala na po yung mga flights doon, Mr. President. Lahat nagsisisikan po dito sa Maynila. I don't mind taking a flight at Clark Air Base if I come from Bulacan, Mr. President, Pampanga. I'm sure they would rather go to Clark if you're from Pangasinan, from Bataan or Zambales, Baguio. Those who come from the north, Mr. President, no, very accessible po yung Clark. Maganda, maayos, malinis. Unfortunately, halos wala na po yung mga flights po doon. Last but not the least, Mr. President, I'd like to put on record as well. Pag tinignan po natin yung DOTR OSEC as of September 30, 2022, ang available appropriation po ay 152.6 billion. Ang disbursement rate is only 23.5%. 23.5%, Mr. President. And now we're giving them by the next year, we have 2023 budget na 82.063 billion at itong 82.063 billion hindi pa nasama yung pinakiusap ni Senator Robin Hood dito na airport, which is so unfortunate, Mr. President. Again, yung disbursement rate of the OTR in September 2022, September 30 po is only 23.5%. So President, I think we have to ensure that all funds given to the department will be used. Baka naman po, hindi na naman ma-disburse ito at wala na namang improvement ng airport natin. Pagbalik na naman po nila next year para kumuha ng budget, anong excuse na naman yung maririnig natin. So let me just close by stating for the record that we cannot agree more with the statements of our dear colleague, Senator Grace po, that airports are literally, Mr. President, literally the first and last place tourists will see. Kaya importanteng alagaan po natin to, show window natin ito, and we are here to support in any way we can the efforts being made by our government agencies, departments. Importante lang ho, talagang kumilos po tayo, Mr. President, because a lot of the things that mentioned a while ago in this August chamber, napakasimple. 1 plus 1, napaka-basic, Mr. President. Maraming salamat, Mr. President, and thank you to our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace po.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you very much, Madam Grace.
Thank you to our majority leader.
I think
Mr.
Senator...
President, Senator JV Ejercito would like to seek recognition.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like to add to the list that was prepared by my chair of the Committee on Public Services. Siguro dagdag ako na lang, Sen. Grace, probably to add to that list, yung seamless transfer from one terminal to the other, wala tayo nun. So if you have a flight in another terminal, it will be disastrous. Talagang, if you're a foreigner, I'm sure you will already miss the flight. Dapat meron sigurong carousel dyan or something that will be the transportation of people who had connecting flights from one airport to the... Wala talaga no?
Alam niyo, Mr. President, just to, on the point of our colleague from San Juan. Actually, mega-wide, may ganon yata sa Cebu eh. Yung transfers nila. Siguro kung sila yung mag-manage niyan, may alam sila sa airport management, isa yan. Kung meron man lang shuttle, di ba? Shuttle service. Thank you for bringing it up, Mr.
Yes,
President.
please add that to your list. And also in what was mentioned by our majority leader, yung well, it has served its purpose already, yung boots of being manned by the Coast Guards. I think medyo nag-ano naman na, no? Lower level of alert now that when we went to our official trip in Europe, basically wala na halos hiningi sa atin, not even a vaccine card, no? So I guess it's really intimidating to see men in uniform manning those booths before the immigration. Now, if you're a foreigner, ibang dating. Military talaga. And as you mentioned, I think they will be better of use sa West Philippine Sea. Kasi baka mamaya, we are undermanned there. Ang dami nang islang pinaglalagay ng mga Chino doon. Baka pagising natin, malapit na sila sa Palawan. So, yung pong dalawa, no? I hope you can consider adding it to your list. Seamless transfer from terminal, and then the One Health Pass booth. Total, sa DOTR naman yung Coast Guards. And then, as you mentioned, Mr. President, Your Honor, yung pong Clark, no? Sayang, we spent 12 billion there, and we were able to increase the capacity from 2 million passengers annually to 12 million, hindi ginagamit. And as mentioned also by the majority leader, during the pandemic, hindi na, all the airlines transferred here. Before kasi, parang hinati na eh. Those coming from the north, it's convenient na magamit ng Clark. Probably, with the DOTR, I think we can also ask Secretary Jim Bautista, dapat obligahin niya ito eh. Because, as mentioned by the Senate President, the NAIA is over capacity. We only have one and a half runway, hindi nga tayo 2 runway airport. So, it's over its capacity. As you can, yung mga pictures na pinakita that you showed earlier, grabe, para na tayong langgam sa airport, no? So, I think those are the things that probably we can ask Secretary Jimmy that, to obligate these airlines to make use of Clark. Kasi I think if you're even from Quezon City, Valenzuela, northern part of Metro Manila, Caloocan, it's easier to go to Clark than to go to NAIA. So I think those are the things, bakit natin hayaan itong mga airlines ito to dictate. We can dictate, and probably these are the what we call band-aid solutions while we await for the mega airport in Bulacan. Medyo matagal pa yun. As you mentioned earlier also, I'd like to thank Mr. President, the Senate, of course, Chairman Sani, and of course, my chair on the public services. Yung po North-South commuter line, the Metro Manila subway system are essential for the operations of these new airports. Kaya nga, when the budget was slashed by sa age gap, nag-alala ako kasi we will experience delays and further experience more inconveniences. That's why I'd like to thank my chair on the Committee on Public Services and Chairman Sani for at least putting it in the program from. And ang ano ko lang, Mr. President, that we have to prioritize this because it is not only for the convenience of passengers, of the riding public. I think it will really help stimulate economic growth. That's why I really push for it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my chair, Public Services, and the Senate for fighting for this budget. Thank you. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to thank our assistant deputy majority leader from San Juan, who is also my vice chair in the Committee on Public Services. You can really see his passion when it comes to the transportation sector. And whenever he speaks, it's always a constructive analysis of what's going on, and he offers solutions. So thank you very much for his technical expertise also on so many matters when it comes to transportation.
Mr. President.
Yes. I believe Senator Padilla or Senator De La Rosa?
Senator Bato De La Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Mr. President, I just would like to support the idea espoused by our majority leader and the Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.B. Ercito, about the reopening or reoperation of Clark airports. Mr. President, Ako po, I am living in the southern part, dito sa Cavite, Mr. President. Pero kung ako'y uuwi ng Davao, I would rather use Clark kahit na malayo yan sa sa Cavite, rather than using NAIA 1, NAIA 2, NAIA 3. Yung flight ko from Davao is 1 hour 30 minutes. Pagdating ko namin dyan sa airspace above, before landing, iikot-ikot pa yung aeroplano dahil congested yung airport ng about mga 30 minutes. I would rather use that 30 minutes in my land trip from Clark via connector, yung connector natin dyan sa Skyway Stage 3, diretso sa Silang Cavite. Mas okay pa sa akin yan. Kaysa insisting tayong dyan lahat papasukin sa NAIA 1, NAIA 2, NAIA 3, iikot-ikot yung aeroplano katagal sa taas. Tarmac. So, in order to decongest nga, dapat gamitin yung Clark talaga. We should insist to the DOT Secretary, Secretary of Transportation, na he has to force these airline companies to go back to Clark para ma-decongest itong ating airport dito. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President, actually, minsan yung flight natin, kunyari papunta sa Iloilo o sa Cebu, mas mahaba pa yung intay natin na mag-land pabalik dito kesa yung actual flight. Kaya nga may joke dyan, pag meron kang isang kaibigan, ang haba-haba ng kwento, puro introduction, sasabihin, oh, what's the point? Mag-landing ka na. So, ang tawag doon sa mga ganon, oh, naiya, bilisan mo na. Kasi paikot-ikot ka lang ng paikot-ikot.
Nakakatakot pa.
Oh.
Nakakatakot yun.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator Padilla also would like to place on record that he is supporting the speech delivered by our dear colleague, Senator Grace po. Mr. President, with that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech and all the manifestations and interpellations thereon of Senator Grace po to the Committee on Public Service. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we take this privileged speech up, and I ask that we recognize, Mr. President, our distinguished colleague from the great province of Davao and the province of Bohol, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to deliver his privileged speech. So
Our
move, Mr.
distinguished gentleman from Mindanao and island of Bohol, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Leader. Ginoong Pangulo, tumindig po ako ngayon bilang isang magulang at kapwa niyo Pilipino, nagmamahal sa pamilya at nagmamahal sa ating bayan. Ilan na po ba sa bulwagang ito ang katulad ko at marami sa ating mga kababayan ang walang ibang nais kundi makauwi ng matiwasay ang kanilang mga anak sa tuwing sasapit ang gabi. Before President Duterte took office in 2016, every parent had to endure being sick with worry because their children are still out on the streets at night. Every child has never felt secure going home alone, and every family had a story or two of a crime committed in their neighborhood because of drugs. Rodrigo Roa Duterte was the only president of this republic who dared to wage an all-out war against the proliferation of illegal drugs in the country. One might say that it was like opening a can of worms. Yes, this argument might be true. However, waging the war on drugs also opened our eyes to a reality we refuse to acknowledge. Or was it merely hiding in plain sight? At the start of his term, then President Duterte made us realize that the drug problem was massive and complex, a web of intricate systems that branch out into other different criminal activities. Fortunately for the Philippines, our president was ready and willing to be the first to do the dirty and difficult work in order to untangle the knots of the criminal web. During his administration, President Duterte was indeed both feared and loved. He was feared by drug cartels, syndicates, and even lowly neighborhood drug posers. But he was loved by those who understood the relevance of his campaign. Malapit po at personal sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino ang isyu ng droga. Kaya nga po siguro, naging madali sa lahat upang tanggapin ang panawagan na tuluyan ng sugpuin ito. Halos lahat siguro sa atin ay may kanya-kanyang kwento o karanasan tungkol sa pagiging biktima ng salot na ito. How many of our kababayans have been victimized by snatchers, robbers, rapists, who would later on turn out to be under the influence of illegal substances after they were tested? Some of them, when interviewed by their arresting officers, would even say that they resorted to robbery because they needed to fund their drug addiction. How many of us knew someone who squandered all their family's wealth just to maintain their lifestyle of vices? Ilang beses na po tayong nakabasa ng mga headlines sa ating pahayagan o nakarinig sa radyo o nakapanood ng balita sa telebisyon tungkol sa mga krimen na bunga ng illegal na droga. Masakit din po sa kalooban ng mabalitaan na may mga kababaihan na hinalay o ginahasa na mga nilalang nalulong pala sa mga ipinagbabawal na gamot. Then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte, with his unorthodox leadership, somewhat struck a chord in every Filipino's consciousness. The message was straight and simple. The drug menace is destroying our country, and it has to be stopped. When the Filipino people voted in 2016, we did not only vote for Rodrigo Duterte as president. We voted for his advocacy. Filipinos accepted the campaign against drugs and embraced it. To the credit of our law enforcement agencies, they readily responded to the call of President Duterte. I was privileged enough to be in the leadership of the Philippine National Police when we ramp up our efforts to rid our streets of illegal drugs. As we continued to do so, it was quite remarkable that almost all other crimes that were related to it began to decline in number. In February of this year, Secretary Anyo of the Department of Interior and Local Government claimed that index crimes in the country dropped to 34,552 in 2021 from 131,699 in 2016. It was for the PNP as a whole and for me personally a validation of our claim. Illegal drugs were almost always involved in other crimes. But more importantly, it was a vindication of President Duterte. He was right when from the very beginning. We have been slowly becoming a narco state, but here in front of us was the opportunity to prevent it from happening. Needless to say, we grabbed this opportunity and acted on it. Time was and still is of the essence. Upang malinis po ang ating bayan, kinailangan po na simulan ito sa mismong bakuran ng ating pamahalaan. Sa hanay po ng ating law enforcement, hindi po tayo nagdalawang isip na imbestigahan at kasuhan ang mga tinaguriang ninja cops na siyang sumisira sa imahe ng ating kapulisan. Hindi rin po nakaligtas ang mga local elective officials na nagkukubli sa kanilang mga posisyon para mapagtakpan ang kanilang mga illegal na mga gawain. Ginoong Pangulo, marami pong mga public relation efforts na ginagawa ang ating pamahalaan upang mapaganda ang reputasyon ng PNP. Pero modesty aside po, dahil po ako ay naging PNP chief, noong panahon po na pinatupad natin ang war on drugs, nanumbalik po ang respeto ng ating mga mamamayan sa ating mga pulis. At yun po siguro ang pinakamatamis at pinakamasarap na gantimpala para sa isang nagsiserbisyo publiko, ang tiwala ng ating mga kababayan. We engage in the drug war not because we love war. On the contrary, we Filipinos have always loved peace. Our goal then and until now has always been to have a safe and peaceful community. And if being relentless in pursuing this goal meant heading towards a collision course with killers, monsters, and heartless criminals, so be it. We march head on into battle and push further. Presidents, governments, administrations, none of this will ever be perfect. But fortunately for us, there is something more important than perfection. What matters more is how much we try to make our nation better. Criminals of all forms, from street thugs to syndicate leaders, would do everything in their power for the government not to succeed. But Mr. President, they always end up on the losing end of this fight because our police and other law enforcement agencies have a formidable ally, our people. The same way that Filipinos welcome President Duterte's war on drugs, I honor and salute its continuance during President Bongbong Marcos' term. Under the current leadership of the DILG and the PNP, they have established creative programs that also aim to address the drug problem. Among those programs, there are two that I wish to highlight. Mr. President, the first one is the Buhay Ingatan Drugay Ayawan or BIDA program of the DILG, which was launched in October of this year. Layunin ng programang ito na magkaisa ang lahat ng ahensya ng gobyerno, kasama rin ang bawat LGU sa pagsugpo ng illegal na droga. Sa ilalim ng BIDA program, mas lalong nabigyan ng diin na ang bawat isa sa atin ay kaisa ng gobyerno, ang ating mga simbahan, eskwelahan, at lahat ng lokal na institusyon. Life is beautiful. Kaligtasan nyo, sagot ko, tulong-tulong tayo. This is the second program that I want to give emphasis on. Mr. President, the newest slogan of the Philippine National Police. The slogan emphasizes the beauty of life, despite the trials that our country may face. But of course, life will only be more beautiful if we choose to make it so. Tulong-tulong po tayo. I admire and support these innovative programs. I know that with their full and proper implementation, we will continue to see our country improve its law and order. When I see our men and women in uniform, I cannot help but feel proud of what we have achieved in President Duterte's tenure, but also look forward to what we can accomplish in the years to come. But while I anticipate, I admit that I also worry, Mr. President. Marami po tayong mga sindikato na nabuwag at mga kriminal na naipakulong dahil sa kanilang pagkakasangkot sa illegal na droga noong panahon ni Pangulong Duterte. Maganda po itong pamana para sa administrasyon ni PBBM. Ngunit, sa kasamang palad, Mr. President, mayroon pa rin mga matitigas ang ulo at tila sinusubukan nila makabalik sa kanilang mga dating gawi. Kaya naman po, hindi tayo dapat magpakampante. Kamakailan lamang ay may mga ulat tayong natanggap na may mga grupo na naman ng mga ninja cops na mukhang gustong gumawa ng pangalan sa larangan ng krimen. Habang nakatuon ang atensyon nating lahat para masugpo at mapugutan ng ulo ang mga sindikato, tahimik na gumagalaw ang kanilang mga galamay. Kumikilo sila dahil sa pakiramdam nila ay hindi sila mapapansin or matutukoy. Naglalakas loob ang mga tiwaling pulis at PDEA agents na ito dahil akala nila ay walang nakatingin at walang nagbabantay. Nitong nakaraang linggo lamang, 7 PDEA agents ang nahuli sa isang buy-bust operation sa Taguig. The estimated amount of drugs seized from them was more or less 100 grams worth 680,000 pesos. Uulitin ko po, mga PDEA agents po ang mga ito, kasama ang kanilang chief ng Southern District Office na nahuling nagbibinta ng droga sa loob mismo ng kanilang opisina. On October 8, 2020, PDIG is Uyo conducted an anti-drug operation which resulted in the arrest of Police Master Sergeant Rodolfo B. Mayo Jr., an active member of the Police Drug Enforcement Group, Special Operation Unit, National Capital Region. Subsequently, police operatives raided the place where the suspect came from during the buy-bust operation. The WPD Lending Incorporated at 1742 Jose Abad Santos Avenue, Santa Cruz, Manila, that led to the discovery of a whopping 990 kilos of shabu. Ang monetary value ng 990 kilos ayon sa report ay 6.7 billion pesos. Habang tayo rito sa Senado, ay hirap na hirap kung saan tayo maghahagilap ng pundo para mas maayos na maipatupad ang mga proyekto at programa ng pamahalaan sa taong 2023, tila madali lamang kumita ng bilyon-bilyon para sa mga ninja cops. Isa itong si Police Master Sergeant Rodolfo Mayo Jr. sa mga ninja cops na nire-assign natin sa Mindanao noong 2016. Ako ngayon ay nagtataka, bakit ito naibalik sa Metro Manila at ginawa pang intelligence officer ng PDIG is Oyo NCR. At tuluyang lumaki pa ang kanyang papel in the proliferation of illegal drugs. Indeed, drug syndicates are back and they are coming back with a vengeance. Isa pang kagulat-gulat na pangyayari noong nakaraang linggo, 2 pulis na kagagaling lang sa isang anti-illegal drug operation ang inambos at pinatay sa Pampanga ng hinihinalang Flores Drug Syndicate. Sino kaya itong sinasabing Flores Drug Syndicate ng Dao, Pampanga? These 2 policemen died on the spot. Nahuli na ang 3 suspect, Mr. President, but the point remains, it seems the criminals are becoming bolder, shooting policemen at point-blank range, ending the lives of our operatives in an ambush attack. Ang hamon ko ngayon sa ating kapulisan, papayag ba kayong ganyan na lang ang gagawin sa inyong mga kabaro? Needless to say, the full force of the law should be applied to them. Minsan may isang mayor ang nakapagtanong po sa akin at nagsabi, "Sir, bumabalik na po sila. They are back in business. Ano po ang gagawin namin, Senador?" Ang tanging sagot ko, huwag nyo silang patayin. Of course, we value life. Life is indeed beautiful. But this also means that we cannot get complacent when the lives of our families, our children are threatened. When the lives of those whom we love are no longer beautiful. Wala pong panahon para maging kampante ang ating kapulisan sapagkat ito po ang hinihintay ng ating mga kalaban. The slightest distraction that we commit, these traitors among our ranks will grab all the opportunities to enrich themselves even though this would entail the destruction of lives, theirs included. Hindi po sila tumitigil, kaya ganon din dapat tayo. Ipagpatuloy natin ang ating mga nasimulan na at gamitin ang mga natutunan mula sa mga karanasang napulot natin mula sa nakaraang administrasyon. The Supreme Court in the case of People versus Amirel showed their disappointment when it declared in March 2019 that, and I quote, "We are swamped with cases involving small fry who have been arrested for minuscule amounts. While they are certainly a bane to our society, small retailers are but low-lying fruits in an exceedingly vast network of drug cartels. Both law enforcers and prosecutors should realize the more effective and efficient strategy is to focus resources more on the source and true leadership of nefarious organizations or the drug cartels. While the Supreme Court's suggestion is not entirely devoid of error, we express our utmost admiration that our government is going after what we call big fishes. However, we should not lose focus on the petty and common crimes that happen because of drugs. As experience will tell us, Mr. President, a holistic and all-encompassing approach to this problem is needed to beat our enemies. The fact that the ninja cop behind the 6 billion worth of shabu was arrested is in itself a victory. For this arrest and for the many others, we rightly applaud our Philippine National Police. I hope more arrests will follow since alam nating hindi kaya ng isang police master sergeant lamang na magpatakbo ng ganito kalaking drug empire. Strategically, we have made our attacks from multiple angles and on different fronts. Through our awareness campaigns, we have continued to win the hearts of our people and involve them in our noble cause. Simultaneously, we have conducted investigations, made arrests, and filed cases against drug lords, small or big. There was no distinction. All of them are answerable to our laws. Yes, we must go after the source of this evil, but we must not forget the seeds they have sown in our society. May kasabihan po tayo, walang malaki na nakapupuwing, Mr. President. These small-time drug dealers and criminals are potential cartel leaders and would-be enemies of the state. Huwag po nating isnabin ang mga small fish in our campaign, Mr. President, kasi maliliit na isda nga lang sila, pero sila po ang mga piranha na kayang kumain ng isang buong baka in a matter of seconds. Sila po ang nang-hold up, nang i-snatch, nananaksak at nang re-rape, Mr. President. Ang hamon ko sa ating mga kapulisan, Mr. President, ay hayaan nilang maglakad sa kalsada ang kanilang mga anak na babae sa 10 oras ng gabi. At kung sila'y nakakauwing hindi na pagsamantalahan or namulistya, saka natin masasabing safe na tayo, Mr. President. We know we are safe when we, the peace-loving people, are the ones who really own the streets and not the other way around. Recent data from the PNP boasted decrease in crime incidents in the period from January 1 to November 13, 2022. There were 33,844 recorded incidents of these crimes. This translated to a decrease of 2.72% year-on-year than the 34,792 recorded in the same period in 2021. We thank the PNP and the PDEA for their relentless pursuit in making our streets safer. In every successful anti-drug operation that we accomplish, we do not simply congratulate our operatives. We say, keep up the good work. Mr. President, the success of anti-drug and anti-criminality campaigns are measured differently by ordinary people on the ground. They don't just look at the numbers. Kung umabot na po sa punto na hindi na natin isinisukbit ang ating backpack, sa ating harapan ang ating mga backpack, at pwede na tayo mag-text kahit saan nang hindi nahahablot ang ating mga cellphone, palagay ko po ay ganap na nagtagumpay na tayo. And ultimately, as I said at the beginning of this speech, if parents are no longer afraid of allowing their children to go home alone at night, therein lies the true measure of success. Mr. President, ramdam na po natin ang presensya ng Kapaskuhan. Marami sa ating mga mamamayan ang excited bumili ng regalo at pagkain para sa Pasko. Ngunit, sigurado po akong nakikita rin itong oportunidad ng mga masasamang loob. The coldness of the weather brings out the coldness of hearts. We are calling for more vigilance to the drug problem. More money is circulating in the community, and we expect an increase in illegal drug activities that would translate to more crime incidents. Iparamdam po natin ang presensya ng kapulisan sa ating mga kalsada. Muli sa ating pong kapulisan, wasto ang ating gira laban sa droga. Ipagpatuloy natin ang ating mabuting hangarin na imulat na natin ang ating mga kababayan at buong-buo ang pagtanggap nila sa atin. Tandaan natin na katuwang natin sila sa patuloy na pagpapaganda ng ating bayan. Paghusayan pa natin, the nation is ecstatic with our progress. Let us keep our spirits high and our dedication to serve strong. Let us always strive to make life beautiful for our children and for the generations to come. Let us continue our relentless fight against illegal drugs. If we hit hard on illegal drugs, we hit hard on criminality, Mr. President. And as a reminder, dahil baka po nakalimutan na ng ilan, ako po si Bato, na galit sa mga gumagamit at nagbibinta ng bato. A wise man once said, "My God, I hate drugs." Allow me to end with a Visayan word that best captures today's message to sustain the good we have started. Padayon. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to recognize our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mari po bang magtanong ng ilang clarificatory questions sa good gentleman mula sa Davao at Bohol?
Yes po, Mr. President, I'm willing to take some questions, especially coming from our good gentlewoman from Capiz.
Salamat kaayo, good gentleman. Nagpapasalamat ako sa good gentleman sa kanilang privilege speech. Dahil siguro yung mga efforts po natin sa pagsusuma, pag-evaluate, paghugot ng mga leksyon mula sa iba't ibang mga administrasyon. Alin mga administrasyon? Isang napaka-importanting gawain. Hindi po siya madaling gawin, hindi rin mabilis, pero napaka-importante. At para masabi natin, pagkatapos ng ganyang proseso na, halimbawa, wasto ang ating gera laban sa droga, or kung sabihin man natin, kulang pa ang ating laban sa droga, gera laban sa droga, or may mali sa ating gera laban sa droga. Ang daming kailangang i-unpack. Kaya hindi ko po itatanong ngayong gabi, Mr. President, good gentleman, ang lahat ng pwede kong itanong na follow-up question. Siguro ilan lang bilang panimula sa pagpapatuloy ng pagtanong at pagsagot sa mga punto na nilahad ng good gentleman sa kanilang privilege speech. At siguro sisimulan ko muna dun sa mas quantitative dahil baka yun yung mas madali nating mapanghawakan. So sabi po, Mr. President, ng good gentleman na yung ating problema sa droga, tatawagin ko po sa termino ng mga public health advocates, problematic drug use. Ito po ay naging massive and complex problem. So kahit isang follow-up question lang tungkol sa numero nun, gaanong ka-massive na problema? Ilan po ba halimbawa nung simula nung nakarang administrasyon, ilan po ba yung mga kababayan natin na may ganyang problematic drug use? Nalulon sa droga or nagbebenta ng droga, Mr. President?
So far, Mr. President, ang alam ko na po na record is 1.6 million ang drug surrenderers. Ito lahat ay nag-surrender. At may nahuli po na around 300,000 na mga drug offenders. Ito ay nakakulong ngayon sa ating mga kulungan. Buhay po silang lahat. At may namatay na around 6,000, Mr. President. So, all in all, that would sum up to around almost 1.7 million, Mr. President. 1.300, almost 2 million, Mr. President, roughly.
Salamat, Mr. President, good gentleman. So 1.6 million drug surrenderers. Marami siguro sa kanila ay nag-surrender or napasurrender dun sa yung mga operasyon Tokhangyo.
Yes po, Mr. President.
Opo. Tapos may 300,000 nahuling drug offenders at may 6,000 na namatay. And pati po yung bilang ng mga namatay o napatay ay nagva-vary. Naalala ko rin po, yung sinabi ng good gentleman, yung official statistic ng PNP noon, nung earlier this year, 2022, na total na 6,000. Pero merong ding numerong sinasite yung iba't ibang mga human rights organizations on the ground na posibleng umabot, no? Batay sa mga anecdotal evidence na mga mga patay, na ang mga bangkay ay nasa mga kalsada, na recover ng mga iba't ibang funeral parlors, o mga pamilyang hindi man nagsumbong sa ating mga otoridad, pero naulila, nabalo ng kanilang mga mahal sa buhay sa mga katulad na operasyon, at umaabot yung ganyang estimate on the high end, kasi low end, bagamat napakalaking numero na sa atin ang 6,000, on the high end, umaabot yung ilang mga estimates at mga 30,000. So isa po itong malaking tanong na naiiwan pa sa atin sa mga susunod na panahon na sagutin, upang hugutin yung mga napaka-importante at masasakit mang leksyon at mabigyan din ng hustisya yung mga balo at yung mga ulila nung mga mapapatunayan in time na kung sino sa kanila ay mga actually inosente pero namatay o napatay. Pero salamat din sa good gentleman dun sa binanggit nilang at least yung range na 1.6 million to 2 million. Dahil yun din po, Mr. President, ang naalala kong bilang mismo sa PIDEA at sa Dangerous Drugs Board noong 2016. Ayun, opo. Na ang tansya nila noon, sa simula nung nakarang administrasyon, ay may mga 1.8 to 2 million na mga kababayan nating may problematic drug use. Kaya lang, sa mga sumunod na unang mga buwan, unang mga taon, nung nakarang administrasyon, palaki na ng palaki o pinalaki na ng pinalaki ang numero. Una, para sabihing 3 to 4 million ang may problematic drug use, hanggang umabot sa high-end na official number na ibinibigay na 7 to 8 million na mga kababayan natin di umano na may problematic drug use. Dagdag pa po doon, Mr. President, good gentleman, yung sinasabi din nung simula ng Dangerous Drugs Board at ng Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency na yung Philippine drug prevalence nung nakarang administrasyon, Philippine drug prevalence ay sa amphetamines 2.8%, sa ecstasy 0.01%. Ayon sa kanila mismo, yung ating mga eksperto sa drug supply suppression, yung mga law enforcement agencies din natin, na yung 2.8% na iyon at yung 0.01% na iyon para sa amphetamine at sa ecstasy respectively ay mas mababa kaysa sa global average na 3.5 to 5.7%. So ilang dagdag na numero, Mr. President, good gentleman, na kailangan nating linawin at ma-establish conclusively sa pag-evaluate din natin sa gera laban sa droga ng nakaraang administrasyon. So moving on to my next follow-up question, Mr. President, good gentleman. Sabi po ng good gentleman, yung index crimes ay bumagsak sa 34,000 nung nakaraang taong 2021 at lalong bumaba nitong taong 2022, mga buwang Enero hanggang nakaraang buwan ng Nobyembre to 33,000. So, further drop na 2.2% year on year. So, wala akong follow-up question dyan sa ngayong gabi, Mr. President, good gentlemen. For the record lamang na isa rin ito sa mahalagang tanong na kailangang i-establish gayon din sa pag-evaluate natin sa nakaraang administrasyon. Kung papaano talaga yung gera laban sa droga ay nag-ambag dun sa pagbagsak ng index crimes, o meron din bang ibang mga dahilan at ano yung cost, no, nitong gera laban sa droga. Sunod po na punto, Mr. President, good gentleman, isa pong follow-up question nga po. Dahil binanggit ng good gentleman na mayroon tayong natukoy noon na ninja cops, mga tiwaling pulis, o mga tiwaling PDEA agents. At kamakailan lamang, sabi ng good gentleman, nakaraang linggo lamang may 8 na aresto kasama ang kanilang chief, so siyam sa Taguig. So follow-up question ko po doon, Mr. President, good gentleman, ilan po ba yung natukoy nating ninja cops o tiwaling pulis at saka tiwaling PDEA agents nung nakaraang administrasyon, at ilan sa kanila ang naaresto natin, nakasuhan, naibilanggo bilang pagpataw ng accountability sa kanila, Mr. President?
Well, right now, Mr. President, wala po kong hawak na data. Maybe next time, maghingi tayo sa PNP ng record para mabigyan linaw yung tanong kung ilan po ang ninja cops lahat at ilan yung napatawan. At to give a clearer picture, we will ask the PNP to present, Mr. President.
Salamat po, good gentleman, Mr. President. Aasahan ko po yung datos na iyon dahil alam ko na bagamat mahirap, tuloy-tuloy ang security sector reform efforts, hindi lang sa Armed Forces of the Philippines, pero sa Philippine National Police. At kahit pagkatapos ng napaka-maiinit o debated na mga panahon, nananatili yung paniniwala ko, at siguro ganyan din sa lahat nating nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, na walang estado, walang gobyerno na magtatagumpay sa mabuting pamamahala kung walang moderno, reformed, professional, rights-based na mga mahalagang institusyon tulad ng PNP at ng AFP. Kaya't ganun kahalaga harapin yung ganitong mga tanong at ma-establish din yung ganitong mga datos. Isa pong katulad ng follow-up question, Mr. President, good gentleman, binanggit din po ng good gentleman na mayroon din pong mga local government officials na natukoy nung nakaraang administrasyon na kasabwat din dito sa problema natin sa illegal na droga. May bilang po ba tayo, good gentleman, ilan yung mga natukoy na local government officials na kasabwat sa illegal na droga, at ilan din po sa kanila ang inaresto, kinasuhan, ibinilanggo bilang pagbayad din nila ng kanilang accountability, Mr. President?
Well, again, I don't have the exact records right now. But just to name a few, siguro alam mo ng ating mga kababayan yung nangyari sa Osamis City, yung dating mayor doon na namatay during the operation ng anti-drug operation ng ating kapulisan, at yung kanyang isang anak ay dalawang anak ay nasa kulungan pa hanggang ngayon. At yun lang ang aking maibigay muna na example kay Mr. President. May mga nasa listahan na nagsipaglayasan, ang iba nagpunta ng abroad, then ngayon obserbahan ng ating mga kababayan na medyo bumabalik na ngayon, nandito na. So that's another problem that we have foreseen in the coming future, Mr. President.
Salamat, good gentleman, Mr. President. And again, dahil ang PNP naman ay hindi kikilos ng mag-isa sa problemang ito dahil sila ay nasa ilalim ng DILG, na pinakamay responsibilidad para sa ating mga local government officials. Para kung mayroon pa rin talagang mga LGU officials na kasabwat sa illegal drugs, ay malaman ito at magawa ng mga tamang paraan ng DILG at pati ng PNP. Dahil bukod dun nga sa dating the late na alkalde ng Usamis, off the top of my head, maaalala ko rin po ang ilang pang mga insidente ng mga LGU officials na suspected na kasabwat sa illegal drugs ay naging subject din ng law enforcement operations. Yung iba katulad nitong dating mayor ay ay napatay, yung iba ay naaresto, yung iba maaring nasa bilangguan pa. Pero at doon bumabangga sa marami ring tanong at issue, problema din no sa ating penal system, no, sa kabuuang criminal justice system. So mahalagang din sundan ang progress ng mga kasong ito at lutasin din kapag may mga misteryong nangyari kaugnay nila. Hindi lang yung mga napatay sa mga operasyon, pero yung mga nabilanggo or mga kasabwat nila or kasama nilang naaresto na sa bilangguan napatay. So sa mga ganyan kasi mas nagiging mahirap sundan yung mga kaso at mas lalo mahirap patawan sila ng hustisya at mabigyan ng hustisya yung mga maaring naging biktima nila kung totoong napatunayan silang LGU official pero kasabwat sa illegal drugs.
Mr. President,
Yes, Mr. President.
if I may, I have here
Yes,
the
please.
records.
The
Summary of government workers arrested for elected officials. We have a total of 406 for uniformed personnel. We have a total of 552 for government employees. We have a total of 537. Children involved in illegal drug activities rescued during anti-drug operations. We have 12,628. Ito po yung mga data na nakuha natin, Mr. President.
Daghang salamat, good gentleman, Mr. President. Lalo na dun sa datos ng mga batang na rescue. Higit sa 12,000. At bilang chair ng Senate Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations and Gender Equality, ito po'y isang numero na dapat ipagdiwang natin. Dahil gusto talaga natin na ang ating mga bata, ang ating mga anak ay maging ligtas sa anumang panganib, maging ito ay problematic drug use or pagkasabwat or pagka-recruit or pagkaipit sa mga drug cartels. And ito po, kaya rin, ito po yung kaagad ko rin napansin, good gentleman, sa datos. Dahil ito po yung rescue, yung protection, ito po yung dapat nangyayari para sa ating mga bata. Kahit pa sa gitna ng isang anti-drug program, lalo na kung ito'y wastong anti-drug program. Kasi ang opposite extreme niyan ay yung nangyari kina Kian De Los Santos, kay si Carl at si Kulot, na silang tatlo pa lamang ang tatlong batang napatay dito sa giyera laban sa droga, na kahit papaano, ilang taon na nakalipas sa kanilang pagkapatay, ay kahit papaano nabigyan ng ating mga korte ng isang pirasong hustisya. Kahit yung mga ground personnel lamang ang kinonvict at ibinilanggo, hindi pa yung mga mastermind, hindi pa yung may command responsibility, at least kinilala na hindi deserve talaga ng ating mga bata yung ganyang klasing marahas na kapalaran. Bagkus, ganito yung pag-rescue sa kanila sa panganib. And dagan salamat din sa good gentleman, Mr. President, dun sa mga datos sa government officials, uniformed personnel, tsaka employees. mahalaga na walang daan-daan na mga katrabaho natin sa gobyerno ay sa halip na protektahan yung ating populasyon ay magiging kasabwat pa ng ganitong criminal activity para kailangan pa silang arestuhin at ibilanggo. Of course, I would like to note no na yung 406 government officials, good gentleman, Mr. President, ilan ba ang total number ng government officials na tayo nung nakaraang administrasyon?
Ay, ito po
Yung
from
total
July
po.
1, 2016 to June 30, 2022. So ito po sa nagdaang administrasyon na Mr. President, Your Honor.
Opo.
Ito yung 408. So ito po from barangay captain to barangay councilors up to congressmen, mayor, governors, mga board members, konsihal, municipal councilors, city councilors. So lahat po ito elective positions, Mr. President.
Opo, good gentleman, Mr. President. Mas ang gusto kong maintindihan ay yung 408 government officials, yung 552 uniformed personnel, kung tama yung bilang na nasulat ko, at 537 uniformed employees. Masyado man sila marami, several hundreds, ay siguro maliit na fraction o maliit na percentage. Sa palagay ko, libo-libong government officials, libo-libo ring uniformed personnel, libo-libo ring uniformed employees. Hindi ko sinasabing hindi ito tagumpay. Any law enforcement result na positive dahil sa mahirap na trabahong ginagawa ng ating law enforcement authorities ay dapat kilalanin at purihin. Pero it shows, initially pa lang dahil di ko naman i-follow up comprehensively ngayong gabi ito, panimulang follow-up questions, panimulang mga numero, it shows na kumbaga hindi tayo malapit ng maging narco state. Kung merong several hundreds out of maybe hundreds of thousands sa mga particular na sektor na iyon. At alam naman po natin, mas alam po ng ating mga law enforcement authorities kaysa sa atin, siguro yung pinaka epektibo at efficient din na law enforcement operations or kahit pa, lalo na yung mga national defense operations, ay may prinsipyo ng proportionality. So yung sakto, hindi kulang, wag na wag, pero hindi rin sobra, hindi labis.
Yeah, Mr. President,
yes, Mr. President.
If I may,
Yes, good
ito po
gentleman.
yung number nito ay sila lang po yung arrested. Hindi pa kasama dito yung hindi arrested na involved sa droga. When we say malapit na tayo naging narco state, ang basis po natin sa pagsabi na gano'n is yung experience po natin doon sa ibang mga munisipyo, ibang mga lugar kung saan yung mga drug lord na ang nag-decide kung sino pwede magiging mayor, pwede magiging congressman. They are too powerful, they are too wealthy to dictate the outcome of local elections, Mr. President. Kaya po yun natin nasabi na malapit na tayo maging narco state. Kaya hintayin pa ba natin na maubos lahat na ma-involve sa droga bago tayo magsabi na malapit na tayong narco state? So yun po, kaya po nakapag-conclude tayo ng ganon. Dahil nga sa experience, ramdam po ng mga tao doon sa baba na talagang very powerful na yung mga drug lords.
Salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. Opo, naintindihan ko na itong daan-daan ay mga arestado pa lang at maaring hindi sila yung kabuuan ng mga government officials na maaring kasabwat. And yet, sila po yung nakapag-deserve na makasuhan, maaresto, at mabilanggo so far. Another point about proportionality, Mr. President, ay ayon sa Civil Service Commission, nung nakarang administrasyon, mayroon noon tayo na 1.7 million government workers. So at least dun sa mga naaresto, no, mga 1,400 ay ano pa, niwala pa sa 0.1%. Kung tama po yung aking mental mathematics lamang dito. Wala pa sila sa 0.1% ng 1.7 million government workers. So again, palagay ko sa mga pag-evaluate natin sa mga susunod na panahon, may halaga pa rin further i-examine itong prinsipyo ng proportionality na again, mas alam ng ating mga national defense at pati public safety experts kaysa sa atin. At and definitely, wala sa ating may gustong intayin bago tayo kung posibleng maging narco state. Kaya sa pagtatapos ng aking interpellation, Mr. President, good gentleman, gusto ko nga magtapos dun sa sinabi ng good gentleman ng mga creative programs at isang holistic and all-encompassing approach. Dahil hindi lang naman tayo ang nag-grapple sa problema ng problematic drug use. Marami na pong ibang mga bansa, mga kapitbahay natin dito sa rehiyon at sa buong mundo. Talagang sumakit ang ulo at taktak talaga sa kaisipan nila paano ang tamang approach both para masugpo yung mga cartel at ma-rehabilitate yung mga nalulong sa illegal na droga. So bago ako pumunta dun sa huling tanong ko, tungkol dun sa holistic, all-encompassing approach at saka creative programs, isa na lang o dalawa na lang na follow-up question tungkol sa numero. Mr. President, good gentleman, sabi po ng good gentleman, maraming sindikatong nabuwag, maraming kriminal na nakulong. So meron na po tayong ilang mga datos dun sa mga nahuling drug offenders, pati mga binilanggong mga nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno. So, follow-up question ko na lang dito, yung mga maraming sindikatong nabuwag, ilan po yung mga sindikatong nabuwag nung nakaraang administrasyon?
Well, I don't have the numbers right now, Mr. President, but suffice it to say that from the 300,000 drug offenders that were arrested during the war on drugs, some of them are members of syndicate, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat, good gentleman, Mr. President. Siguro pwede na lang asahan sa mga susunod na panahon kasama nung datos ng PNP kung ilan nga dun sa 300,000 na nahuli ay mga miyembro ng sindikato. At dahil sa kanilang pagka-aresto ay nabuwag yung kanilang either pinamumunuan or kinabibilangang sindikato. And huling follow-up question sa numero bago sa huling tanong ko na moving forward sa holistic, all-encompassing, creative approaches and programs. Mr. President, good gentleman, sabi rin po ng good gentleman, we made arrests and filed cases against big and small drug lords. So ilan po yung mga drug lords na na-filean ng mga kaso nung nakaraang administrasyon, both big and small, Mr. President?
Mr. President, we have 4,699 high-value targets that were arrested from January. This record is January 2021 to June 2022. 4,699 high-value targets. So, hindi ko pa nakuha yung data, yung 2016 up to the end of the Duterte administration. But this data is only for 2021, January to June 2022. 4,699 high-value targets. When we say high-value targets, Mr. President, ay ito'y malalaking target po, malalaking personality. They are either mid-level drug lords or drug traffickers or high level. But suffice it to say that they are not small fries. They are not small fish, Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. So, at salamat na anticipate ng good gentleman yung follow-up question ko dito. So, dahil high-value targets nga ang tawag dito sa 4,699, so masasabi nga po natin na either big or, hindi small, big or medium na drug lords itong 4,000 plus. Alright, salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. Again, hindi ko i-follow up yung bilang na ito, at least nagsiset tayo ng ilang datos moving forward para sa evaluation nung gera laban sa droga nung nakarang administrasyon. So sa huling tanong ko po, moving forward, Mr. President, good gentleman, sabi po kasi ng good gentleman na nakikita nila or inaasahan nila yung continuation nung gera laban sa droga sa termino ni Presidente ngayon. Ako naman, ang pag-asa ko ay hindi ganon. Ayoko pong magpatuloy yung ating gera laban sa droga sa parehong paraan. Gusto ko tugunan natin ang problematic drug use sa ibang paraan. At ang gusto kong tuntungan dyan ay yung sinabi din ng good gentleman na creative programs at isang holistic and all-encompassing approach. Sabi po ng good gentleman, isa sa creative programs na kanilang sinusuportahan ay yung BIDA, Buhay Ingatan, Droga Iwasan. At yung isa pang creative program ay yung Life is Beautiful. At pwede nating i-locate, i-situate itong mga creative programs doon na nga sa holistic and all-encompassing approach. Of course, good gentleman, Mr. President, dahil all-encompassing approach, hindi ko rin po itatanong lahat-lahat ngayong gabi. Isang tanong na lang moving forward at pwede na lang natin ipagpatuloy over the next years. Kasama din po ba sa tinitignan yung holistic and all-encompassing approach o kasama din ba sa mga creative programs yung sinimulan na rin itong representasyon pag-usapan with PIDEA and DDB nung nakarang administrasyon tungkol sa parang division of labor sa pagitan ng suppression ng problematic drug use demand, manguna na doon ang Department of Health. Edukasyon, rehabilitation, etc. At yung suppression ng problematic drug use supply, patuloy na pangunahan ng law enforcement, led by the DDB and PIDEA, of course, down the line PNP. Para overall, ito yung understanding ko sa holistic and all-encompassing approach, ang pangunahing approach sa problematic drug use ay public health approach at kapartner niya o supporting actor niya, pero essential ang dalawa sa isa't isa, yung law enforcement, laban dun sa mga totoong cartel. Kasama na po, Mr. President, good gentleman, yung prinsipyo ng harm reduction. So, kahit initially lang po, dahil malaking usapin ang holistic and all-encompassing approach, kahit yung mga panimulang tingin at pakiramdam ng good gentleman sa tanong ko pong ito, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, if I may,
Yes, good gentleman.
Mr. President, may I am the one being interpellated pala. So, I cannot
Lagi.
interpellate the interpellator. Can I interpellate the interpellator, Mr. President? That's improper. I think
You can pose a rhetorical question.
yeah, Mr. President.
It is not proper to.
Yeah.
I just want to remind
it is
you.
improper, but from the way that I have observed the suggestions of our interpellator, I think I'm not sure if I'm correct to assume that she is amenable for decriminalizing the drug use.
Don't think so.
So that's why I want to interpolate, but I cannot interpolate. So it's okay po, Mr. President. The good gentlewoman can continue interpolating this sample representation. Just a simple. I was just thinking aloud.
Well, Mr. President, good gentlemen, I don't mind sharing na kapag na-interpellate na yung privilege speech ni Sen. Robin Hood Padilla tungkol sa compassionate use ng marijuana na subject sa strict regulation, batay sa pagkaintindi ko sa kanilang priv speech noon na prescribed lamang ng isang doktor, pwede lamang mabili sa isang pharmacist sa butika, and for specific cases, doon ako interesado mag-interpellate. Pero para sa mga ibang illegal na droga, para sa akin malaking hakbang na, Mr. President, good gentleman, kung maiwasto natin yung naunang gera laban sa droga. At nasimulan ko na nga pong i-explore ito, Mr. President, good gentleman, sa DDB mismo at PIDEA mismo, nung pong mga budget interpellation sa kanila nakaraang 6 na taon, na Division of Labor sa drug supply suppression, yon law enforcement, proper law enforcement, at drug demand suppression or resolution addressing Department of Health, public health approach na may prinsipyong harm reduction. So doon ko ibabalik para mahingi, dahil ako nga po ang nag-i-interpellate, mahingi yung opinion at pakiramdam, Mr. President, ng good gentleman, sa ang tingin po nila sa mga tanong kong ito, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, I agree with the good gentlewoman from Capiz that maybe some of the not so good features of our war on drugs may be discontinued, but I would also argue to high heavens that our war on drugs is not a total failure, Mr. President. That's just my simple thought of the matter, Mr. President. With your respect to the good gentlewoman from Capiz, I agree that may mga nangyari sa war on drugs na dapat hindi talaga mangyari ulit. Kagaya nung pagpatay ng bata na si Kian de los Santos, sino bang police in his right mind na papatay ng bata? Sino bang commander ng police na gusto mangyari yan? Talagang kaya nga dapat tama yung nakonbikto talaga yung mga pulis na yun na nag-abuso, kasi ayaw talaga natin, we do not condone abuses, Mr. President. So I agree, when it comes to abuse, dapat hindi talaga mangyayari yan.
Daghang salamat, good gentleman, Mr. President. Iwan ko na muna dito ngayong gabi yung interpellation ko dahil mahaba po talagang usapan ito, pag-aaral, at pag-establish yung katamaan at kamalian at kakulangan natin sa nakaraang administrasyon, partikular kaugnay sa gera laban sa droga. And I just hope na moving forward, magamit talaga natin yung ating mga leksyon para dito sa sinasabi ng good gentleman na holistic and all-encompassing approach, kasama yung mga creative programs, or maybe not so creative, established programs, which is what we had been arguing for from the very beginning. So, saliwat, daghang salamat. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I refer the privileged speech of our distinguished colleague, let me just state for the record that I am in full support of ensuring that we are doing everything we can na durugin itong mga drug syndicates, lalo na yung mga big fishes, Mr. President. Nakakalungkot yung binanggit kanina ni Senator Bato na mismong PIDEA yung nahuli, and I hope and pray na tumaas yung integridad ng ating mga law enforcement units, kasi hindi maganda yung mga ganong klaseng balita, Mr. President. With that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech and all manifestations and interpellations thereon of Senator Bato de la Rosa to the Committee on Public Order and dangerous drugs, Mr. President. So
There
moved,
being
Mr.
no
President.
objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, some administrative matters. With the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the Senate President's designation of the members of the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum on the part of the Senate pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 5, which we adopted on December 6, 2022. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the following members are hereby designated as members of the Philippine Congress Bangsamoro Parliament Forum, the part of the Senate. It's headed by our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, as head of the Senate panel, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, and Senate Minority Leader Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 13, 2022.
If there is no objection, there being none, the session is adjourned till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, December 13, 2022. Maraming salamat po. Have a safe trip home.